morning everyone. Okay, so yesterday I stopped at agriculture, in the theme agriculture. In agriculture I was discussing about the millets, okay, and I was telling you that millets are very important, but millets are not so significant in Indian nutrition system or Indian food security, because we have ignored them for a longer duration, because there are some cultural reasons for that. Yesterday I told you millets are considered as poor man's grain or poor man's food. Clear that? This is some, this is something which is cultural. This is something which we have ingrained in our culture. Okay, but if we see the nutritious value of the millets, they are called as nutri-cereals. Okay, high nutritious value. Clear that? So that's why government this year's budget has proposed that they will be promoting millets as a part of Indian agriculture. Okay, because millet, due to millet promotion, we can basically address so many of challenges. There is one Millennium Development Goal, Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 2. SDG 2. What is this SDG? SDG 2. It is zero hunger. Zero hunger. Okay. So it is very significant to attain. This millet promotion will be very significant in attaining the Sustainable Development Goal 2. Okay. Now what is Sustainable Development Goal? Who has fixed them? How many goals they are? How many targets they are? This is something which is very basics. Clear that? Okay. So Sustainable Development Goal 2, that is called zero hunger. Okay, we can attain that by promotion of millets. Okay, see in India, as far as the current scenario is considered, majority people don't sleep hungry. Clear that? But do they consume the ample nutrition? Okay, no. They might consume a lot of food, but that might have very less nutritious value, very less. So the problem is that Indian people are not consuming a balanced diet. Clear that? So that is called hidden hunger. That is called hidden hunger. Means apparently they are eating ample, but in reality the nutrients which are required, they are not consuming that. Okay, so this hidden hunger can also be dealt by the promotion of millets in India. Promotion of millets in India. Yesterday I told you some things which is from geography. Millets in India are of two types. Okay, major and minor. Major mainly three. They are called as jawar, bajra, ragi. Okay, minor, there are a lot of other millets. Clear that? Okay. Now this is one benefit, that we will attain the Sustainable Development Goal 2. Okay. Then second benefit of millets is that they are environmentally very good. When you basically go for cultivation of millets, they are basically less water intensive. They are less water intensive. Means you require very less amount of water. Rather, if you see rice, wheat, if I take example of rice or sugarcane, millets consume 2.5 times lesser water than the water consumed by rice crops. Clear that? So we can focus on those water deficient areas where we don't grow any other crop. We can go for millet cultivation in that area. That is another benefit. Okay. So the third benefit, economic benefit. Economic benefit is basically millets serve various purposes. Third benefit is millets have less input cost. Less input cost. Less input cost is required. Clear? And millets are multi-purpose crops. Reason being, they can be used as food for humans. They can be used as fodder for animals also. Clear that? Okay, this horse gram and other things, they are also used as fodder. Okay, so they are multi-purpose crops. Input cost is less, then they serve multi-purposes. They are multi-purpose crops. They are multi-purpose crops in nature. Okay, then another economic benefit is that if the input cost is low, when a farmer grows millets, what do you expect? He'll earn more income or less income? He'll earn more income, so it will increase farmers' income. It will increase farmers' income. Yesterday when I started the chapter of agriculture, I told you that two main problems in front of the Indian agriculture sector are low farmers' income due to high input cost, and also I told you the environmental sustainability. Okay, so you see both. Environmental sustainability, less use of water. You see income benefits are also there. Then also the sustainable development goals and inclusive development can also be attained. So it has a very great objective. So therefore it is basically very significant, the millet cultivation. Okay. Now there may be a statement. There may be a statement regarding cropping pattern of millet in India. Okay, how much millets do we grow? How do we export more or import more? So there can be statement based question in prelims. So I'll give you a few important datas here. You just note them down. Okay, first of all, India is largest producer of millets. Okay, India is largest producer of millets after Niger in China. Okay, India millets largest producer. India is largest producer of millets. First of all, you understand this thing. Okay, now if India is largest producer of millets, two statements I'll make, you just tell me if I am right or wrong. Okay, in India, the area under the cultivation of millets has been increasing in the current years. Yes or no? In India, the yield of millets is increasing in the recent years. See, area under millet cultivation. Millet cultivation is declining. Area under millet cultivation is declining. If you go by the datas, earlier we were having around 28 million hectares from 2007 to 2018. Okay, 2007 to 2018, we increased to 28 million hectare under the millet cultivation area. Okay, but in recent time it has reduced. It has sorry, I'm talking about 2007-8. Then if I go down the line a decade, 2017-18, it has declined to 25 million hectare. So area under cultivation has reduced. Okay, area under cultivation has reduced. Okay, now logic says if area under cultivation has reduced, then the crop yield also must have reduced, but the crop yield has increased. Can you tell me the reason? Production of millets has increased. It is from 40 million tons to 45 million tons. This is the increase in yield, increase in crop yield from 40 million tons to 45 million tons in a decade's time. Okay, now can you tell me if the area under cultivation has reduced, what are the reasons for increase in the increase in the output, or increase in the productivity, or increase in the yield? Basically, there is impetus from the government for promotion of millet, incentivizing the cultivation of millets. Plus, there is basically, there are various agricultural reforms in which the high yield variety seeds of millets are also introduced. Okay, then latest technologies are, so these are related to the technological and the other improvements in the agriculture sector, which has led to improvement in the yield of the millets. Okay, now can you tell me which is the largest state producing millets? Maharashtra. Yeah, after that Maharashtra, after that Karnataka. Okay, so you may get in ascending order or descending order, so you can basically solve the question very easily. Clear? So this is general idea about the millet. Okay, now what are the major problems faced by millet? Faced by millet. What are the general problems? General problems are, first problem is, the first and foremost problem I already told you, this one. Area under cultivation of millets is decreasing. Okay, had the area also been increased, this would have more than 45, then it would have been 50 tons or 55 tons, but the area under millet cultivation is declining. We need to basically identify more areas. That's why geospatial imaging of the agriculture has been recently introduced. That by geospatial, using the geographical information system, GIS mapping, we can map those areas which are basically water deficit areas and which are fallow. We can go for millet cultivation in those areas. So the solution is that we have to increase this area. Problem is area is declining. Solution is we have to increase this area. Second is the cultural bias. Cultural bias. Why cultural bias? I told you millets are considered as poor man's food. Poor man's food. Clear that? Okay. Due to this cultural bias, there is decline in consumption. Decline in consumption. Now, if there is decline in consumption, means farmers may face the problem of sale of the millets what they have produced. That's why some millets are also, there is a recommendation that millets should be included in the minimum support price regime, MSP regime. So the solution is that we should include them in the MSP regime. Clear that? Okay. Then also there is also lack of awareness among masses. Masses don't actually know that how millets, some people who are very well read in biology, very well read in some other good areas, they know that millets are very rich in nutrients. Okay, they are nutri-cereals. But people who are not aware, who have not studied, who have not known about the things, they consider millets like all other people, that who will eat millets now. Okay, so basically how many people today had millets in breakfast? At the max you might have had idli, rice, roti made of wheat, something like that. Okay, how many of you have had millets? Okay, if you will be served millets, you will not feel like should we eat millets in the breakfast, but then that is to be promoted. Awareness is to be generated among the masses. Okay, then there is basically a difficulty in cooking also. Okay, then there is also difficulty in preparation. Difficulty in preparation. Why difficulty in preparation? I told you yesterday. Difficulty in preparation. Roti from the flour of rice or wheat is very easy to prepare, but roti from bajra is very difficult to prepare. Clear that? Okay. Then if we are highest producer in millets, okay, then we should have been highest exporter in millets. We are not able to realize our export potential. Okay. Then the third problem is inability to realize export potential. We are not able to realize our export potential. We are not able to realize our export potential. Okay, now I told you already the benefits of millets. The benefits of millets is that we can be an exporter. We can be a largest exporter of millets, number one. Number two, it will enhance our food security. Number three, it will enhance farmers' income. Number four, it will promote the economic growth on overall. Okay, so promotion of millets is basically a two-edged, it has multiple benefits, particularly two benefits. One from the agriculture sector as well, and one from overall economy as well. Clear that? So you can expect a, mains question. Okay, then what are basically the initiatives started by government for promotion of millets? Okay, just write down very quickly initiatives. In the National Food Security Mission, we have decided to promote millets we have decided to promote coarse cereals, and coarse cereals also include the millets. Okay, so the initiatives are basically first initiative is in the National Food Security Mission, promotion of coarse cereals. Promotion of coarse cereals. One, National Food Security Mission, promotion of coarse cereals. Okay, then we are also basically including more agricultural commodities into MSP regime. Already we have jawar, bajra, ragi, but government has decided to increase MSP on those. Okay, so higher MSPs. Higher MSP, minimum support price, on jawar, bajra, ragi. Okay, MSP is announced by government on the recommendation of Cabinet Committee on Committee on Agricultural Cost and Prices. Okay, then 22 crops are included in the MSP regime currently, and these three are also included, but now we are announcing higher MSP on millets. Clear that? Now, and we should also include more millets in the MSP regime. Clear? Then we should spread awareness. How we will spread awareness? Like this year we have declared that this year is going to be celebrated as National Year of Millets. At least people will know that there is something called millets, and it is so important that we have dedicated one whole year to its awareness. Okay, so basically awareness. Awareness like International Year. International Year for Millets. International Year for Millets. International Year for Millets. Clear that? Then the bigger problem in India is faced by small and marginal farmers. Okay, those farmers who have less land holdings. Clear? We should club, make a group of those farmers, and they should be organized into what called as Food Farmers Producers Organization, FPOs. Okay, small and marginal farmers, small and marginal farmers. This was part of budget speech. Huh? To be organized into FPOs, Farmers Producers Organization. Now what do these Farmers Producers Organizations do? They do campaigning, promotion, production of a particular crop. So FPOs, and they will promote millets. These FPOs will promote millets. These FPOs will promote millets. These FPOs will promote millets. Okay, then in this year's budget, we have also said that we will go for labeling and value addition. Labeling and value addition in millets. Labeling and value addition in millets in order to make their global presence. Make their global presence. Okay, then also we have to identify which areas are being, which areas are millets is being produced, and we have to basically work on those areas specific, clear? Like, see, you people are from Telangana state, right? Okay, Andhra Pradesh, erstwhile Andhra Pradesh and now Telangana. Okay, these two states, you can quote examples. Okay, like you can get a question in an interview. What is the pilot program in your state? Anything which your state is best in? What is the significant contribution? Okay, so Andhra Pradesh and Telangana can be quoted as, the case studies, in millets promotion, because these two states have set up national level, they have set up millet boards in the states. Okay, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana have set up millet boards with experts from agriculture sector, experts from experts from Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ICAR, and then some representatives of farmers producers organizations. They will together work for the promotion of millets. Okay, on these lines you can also make a recommendation at national level that a national millets board can be set up for promotion at the national level, for promotion of millets at the national level. Clear? Okay, now what is the function of this millet board? First of all, it will encourage farmers for production of millets, cultivation of millets. Okay, then it will also spread awareness among the people. Then it will also enhance the value addition as well as the labeling of the millets crop. Labeling of the millets crop. Labeling of millets crop. Clear that? You get the point? Okay, so this was all about millets. Now if you get a question on mains, if you get a question in prelims, then you have to understand that the question may be in any language. Like if I say, I have told you right now, I have told you that millet is basically a crop which requires less water. Okay, it is basically a less water intensive crop. It may come in other way that it is a climate resilient crop. So climate change is basically a bigger threat in the recent times. Okay, so we need to promote climate resilient crops. So and millet being one of them, it has multi advantages. So why not to go for promotion of millets? Okay, so terms can differ from what I am dictating in class, what can appear in the paper. Okay, because there are so many questions which are taken from newspapers. Maybe I have not read that very newspaper. I have read the budget direct source. Okay, so terms may differ, but most most of the terms oftenly come from the budget speech of the finance minister, or it can be coming direct from the budget document or economic survey document. Okay, then next thing which we are going to discuss now is about oil seeds. Agriculture, the most thorough sector where we have focused. Even if you go by the economic survey, agriculture was considered, our economic growth during the COVID first lockdown was negative, minus 7.2. Clear that? It would have been minus 10, it would have been minus 12. But it was agriculture which saved us. Agriculture witnessed consistently positive, though declined, though the pace of agricultural growth also declined. It was around 3%, 3.4, 3.8, clear that? But then it saved us because it remained positive. Okay, least impacted sector by the COVID was the agriculture sector. I told you already, I am integrating economic survey also in between. I am giving you the statements from economic survey also, so you can understand. You have to keep that in mind, because questions, statement based to question, are always from discussions, from analysis. Clear that? Which was the hardest hit sector? Service sector, everyone knows. Okay, but in service sector, which sector, which services? Tourism. Those broadly economic survey has mentioned those services which required physical human contact. Clear that? IT enabled services didn't suffer much. Okay, physical human contact services required tourism, then this home deliveries and other hospitality, other areas. Okay, so telecommunications flourished because so many people were at home, lot of time they get, okay, and they used to get in touch with all of the relatives, nearer and dearer ones. They used to call those people also whom they didn't call in the past 10 years. Clear that? Okay, so those services services at a distance, these services flourished, but human touch based services were basically on the highest decline, and service sector witnessed the highest decline, even manufacturing sector also. Clear that? So this broader analysis is very, very important. You get the point? I hope my speed is not a problem. I have to run because I am having very less time. I have more content to give. Yeah.
What are the reasons for increase in the growth of manufacturing? Is it growth, especially higher during COVID?
See, before COVID times, agriculture was witnessing a growth of 8. Then it declined to 4. Then it declined to 3.8. Then it declined to 3.3 also. At one point it reached to 3.2. This is the lowest it touched. Okay, but there was a slowdown. There was not increase from 8 to 9, 9 to 10. It was a slowdown, but the growth remained positive. It never went negative. Okay, means if agriculture 1 million tons, here to here there was an increase of 0.4 million tons. But there was an increase, though the increase were lesser. Okay, growth rate was slow. From 4, if there was just an increase of 0.01 million tons, so it went to 0.41. Okay, there was an increase, but very, very slow increase. Okay, it didn't increase from this side. Okay, there was growth, but it slowed down, but it witnessed at least positive growth. Negative growth rate was not witnessed in the agriculture sector.
As we come to past year, similar to the previous year.
Similar to the previous year, but this time the pace was very, very slow. It was an economic slowdown witnessed in agriculture sector also, but it didn't went into the negative side. Okay, means there was not a decline in production. No decline. In the service sector, in the manufacturing sector, decline, negative growth, minus 10, minus 11. Okay, so that was basically about the sector specific development during the COVID-19 lockdown. Okay, now oil seeds. What are these oil seeds? These are those seeds which are converted into edible oils for human consumption. Clear that? Oil seeds. Okay, so basically it is about edible oils. It is about edible oil. Okay, so what are the major oil seeds? Can you name few? Like, yeah, sunflower, mustard, rapeseed, soya bean. Okay, then how much? What is the area? 27 million hectare is under cultivation. Just the budgetary data for your general understanding. 27 million hectare area. It is around 40% of the net sown area in India. 14%, sorry. 14% of the net sown area. Okay, then production, it is around 33 million tons. Okay, increase from past. increased from past, barring these COVID-19 years. Okay, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, some of the leading producer. Okay, what is the main problem? Main problem? No, palm oil is not main problem. What is the main problem? Question is problem. Problem is we are producing good amount of area under its cultivation, but the demand is more than that. Okay, so the main problem is demand supply mismatch. Main problem is demand supply mismatch. Okay, now when there is demand supply mismatch, if the demand is more, you resort to imports. When you import a commodity, you have to spend a lot of money. Okay, and that will increase your import bill. And that will deteriorate your balance of payment situation. Okay, so we have to go very, very carefully when we are going to bridge the gap of demand supply mismatch. Okay, see, this thing only fulfills our 40% of the demand. 40% of demand is fulfilled by our production. Means 60% we are importing. 60% of edible oils we are importing. You get this point? Which leads to an import bill of around 75,000 crores. Numbers are not very important. I'm time and again telling you. Okay. So these are some of this is major problem that we have to basically go for this demand supply mismatch thing we have to manage. How will we manage? For that matter, we should start various missions. We should start various initiatives which will help. What are the initiatives so far which we have taken? Yeah, under the National Food Security Mission, we have one section that is basically oil seeds and oil palm. Palm oil, huh? Oil seeds and oil palm. Its production is to be enhanced. Okay, and to give boost to oil seed production, we have also given highest weightage in PM Asha scheme to those farmers who are producing oil seeds. What is this PM Asha?
Price deficiency.
Yeah, it is insurance of the prices. If prices fall below a level, government will pay you. Okay, then under income, basically it is I. Sanrakshan. I Sanrakshan Abhiyan. Pradhan Mantri I Sanrakshan Abhiyan. I means income, Sanrakshan means security, Abhiyan means mission. Okay, it is a Prime Minister's basically PM Asha, Prime Minister for whom? For the farmer. Okay, A for I, SH for Sanrakshan, A for Abhiyan, and A for Annadata. Who is Annadata? Farmer. Farmers Income Security Mission, PM Asha. Under this, those who are cultivating the oil seeds, they have been given highest weightage and highest security. Okay, then also higher MSPs. Okay, Indian edible oils are also being brought in the MSP regime. This will give basically boost to the production of palm oil or other oils in India. Clear that? Then we have to basically target those areas which are giving you one crop, and then they are left fallow for a longer duration. Example, I will give you rice areas. Okay, those areas where rice is cultivated. Once rice is harvested, then those areas are left fallow for the next cropping season. During that intermediate cropping season, we can target those areas and we can grow oil seeds in those areas. So you can say targeting rice fallow areas. Then another initiative is targeting rice fallow areas. Okay, targeting rice fallow areas. Okay, now we have one more, national, one bigger initiative, that is National edible oil mission, particularly palm oil, particularly the palm oil. Okay, particularly palm oil. What are the major provisions? What are the major targets under this National Edible Oil Mission? Question can be, which of the following is true about National Edible Oil Mission? Okay. To increase the domestic cultivation, first of all, we have to increase the area under the cultivation, and area we have to increase the area from 3 lakh hectares to 6.5 lakh hectares. 3 lakh hectares of palm oil to 6.5 lakh hectares. Increase, particularly in the palm oil cultivation. Okay, and we have to increase the production up to, the target is 11 lakh tons. 11 lakh tons of production is to be done in a year. Clear? Currently we are doing around 3.5 lakh tons. Clear that? And then also, these are the two major targets under the National Edible Oil Mission, oil palm. Clear that? And what are the advantages of this? What are the advantages? Less import bill means self-sufficient India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Okay. First advantage is it will promote Atmanirbhar Bharat. Okay. Second is that per hectare it will be higher yield, because palm oil, the oil yield of the palm oil is the yield of palm oil seeds is very high, because see, per hectare we will get higher yields through this National Oil Palm Mission. Okay, then also we have very less land requirements for growing the oil seeds. Okay, then maintenance cost is very low, farmers income will increase, and that will boost also job creation in food processing industry, because majority of the food processing industry is based on these edible oils. Clear that? So food processing industry will get a huge boost. Clear that? Any doubt in this? Okay. Some major initiatives I discussed. Smaller initiatives in agriculture, promotion of Kisan drones. Okay, now smaller initiatives. Promotion of Kisan drones. Kisan drone. What is this Kisan drone?
Drones are used by farmers.
Yeah. See, basically, drones are basically the artificial intelligence enabled, these devices which basically go from the and do the aerial mapping of the soil. Clear that? First of all, these drones, quickly write down the benefits. 5-marker question means field and soil assessment, first advantage. Field and soil assessment, very quickly. Massive scale surveillance of crops. Yeah. Of Kisan drones. Okay, field and soil assessment. Field and soil assessment, first advantage. Clear that? Second is massive scale surveillance of crops. Massive scale surveillance of crops. Then, when massive scale surveillance of crops is going on, you can identify this patch of crop is not growing properly. Means there must be some pesticide attack, there must be some insecticide attack. Instead of spraying the pesticides on whole of the field, you can go for targeted spray of the pesticides. Okay, you can go targeted spray of pesticides. Okay. Then also irrigation management through micro irrigation. In irrigation management through micro irrigation. Precision agriculture, yeah. Precision in agriculture. Okay, so these are some of the advantages. So these are some of the advantages of these Kisan drones. Clear that? Okay. Now, for promotion of agriculture, irrigation, you might have heard in geography interlinking of rivers. Which two rivers are being interlinked in this completion of a river linkage project has been announced in this budget. Yeah, Ken Betwa river linkage project, Ken Betwa project. Ken-Betwa project. Okay, so it will transfer surplus water from Betwa river to Ken river, yes or no? Other way around, from Ken river to Betwa river. Okay, it will transfer surplus waters from Ken river to Betwa river. Ken river to Betwa river. Okay, both are tributaries of which river? Yamuna river. Clear? So when there is interlinking of rivers, you must remember all other river linkages like Krishna Penar, Penar Kaveri, Godavari Krishna, Par Tapi Narmada, and then there is basically this Daman Ganga and Pinjal river. Okay, then Ken Betwa river linking project. You must remember these. Okay, see, this thing became very important now from geography perspective. Clear? So at least know the names, which states they are going to benefit, particularly UP and Madhya Pradesh are under the beneficiary states of these, Ken Betwa linkage project. Ken Betwa linkage project. Okay. Due to this Ken Betwa linkage project, one of the tiger reserves become very, very important. Panna Tiger Reserve in which state? Chhatarpur district of Madhya Pradesh. You get this point? So ecologically it has some sensitivity. Okay. So the Panna, 10% of the area of Panna Tiger Reserve may get. There are these projects, but how practically they will implement it, that will depend. You get this point? Okay, but then there is the apprehension that 10% of the area of the Panna Tiger Reserve may get destroyed. Now the Panna Tiger Reserve and its location, adjoining areas, this becomes involved. Whatever is in news, anything around it becomes very important. Okay, suppose there is some island in news. Okay, what areas is surrounded by it, which countries are bordering it, and that becomes very important. Okay, so this is another theme. Okay. You get the point? This was all about agriculture. Okay. Next theme which I have designed is basically the external sector. Okay. External sector. Theme external sector. External sector. Next theme is external sector. For external sector, there is one major announcement in the budget that we will be revamping the special economic zones. Main focus on special economic zones. Okay, special economic zones are dealt by Special Economic Zones Act of 2005. We may completely remodel. There has been an announcement in the budget that we will basically revamp this special economic zone, and we may remodel or we may bring an amendment to the Special Economic Zone Act of 2005. 2005. Okay. Then there is also basically some announcement, two major initiatives in external sector. One is regarding the special economic zone, another one is regarding the rationalization of custom duty, or revamping the custom duty structure in India. Revamping the custom duty structure in India. What is custom duty? Duties which are paid while importing or exporting of commodities. Clear that? Okay. So external sector deals only with the import and export, trade with the global partners, various other countries. Okay, but that is a balance of payment is a part of external sector. Balance of payment records the transactions of a country with the rest of the world. Clear that? Okay. So basically in the external sector, what is this special economic zones? What are problems? If they have announced, we will revamp it. Means there are some problems. What are the problems? What are the revamping? What are the proposals? This thing becomes very, very important. These things become very, very important. Okay. There is a committee related to it. Which committee? Which committee related to special economic zones? Revamping or observing what are the needs, what are the ways, what should be done in the special economic zone. It is basically one committee known as Baba Kalyani Committee. Please write everything down. You may feel that this, you may get completely this thing utilized in your exam. Okay, whenever any question in external sector, why not to mention Baba Kalyani Committee? Why not to mention special economic zones? Okay, Baba Kalyani Committee is there. Okay. Or you may get a straight question like Baba Kalyani Committee recently seen in news is basically dealing with which of the following? Okay, so you will see that it is dealing with the reviving of the revitalizing of special economic zones in India. Okay, see special economic zones. First of all, understand special economic zones. Are these special economic zones part of a country or they are outside the country? Suppose this is the whole India's jurisdiction. This is whole jurisdiction of India. Okay, in Indian jurisdiction, there are two types of territories for the purpose of taxation. For the purpose of taxation, one is called as DTA. DTA. That is called domestic tariff area. That is called domestic tariff area. This part of the country will be dealt as domestic territory for the matter of taxation. For the matter of taxation. Originally, these two both are parts of the country's territory. Clear? But they are one, whenever there is any dispute in the special economic zones, the dispute settlement mechanism, dispute settlement body is not set up. No separate dispute resolution mechanism is there. So the burden lies again on the normal judiciary, normal courts, and normal courts are already overburdened, you very well know. So there is delay in disposal of disputes. These are some of the major challenges faced by Indian special economic zones, and this is why we have decided this year that we will revamp the whole special economic zone structure. We will revamp the whole special economic zone structure. Clear? Baba Kalyani committee, I already told you, it has given some recommendations. We will be working on those. Clear? Okay. So next, few things we must see in the industrial sector. There are 2-3 major announcements which are very, very important. Okay, particularly first of all in the defense industry. We have decided, next is the theme industry. I am talking about industry now. I am done with this, external sector. Industrial sector. Atmanirbhar Bharat, Atmanirbharta in defense. Atmanirbharta in defense. We want to promote Atmanirbharta in defense. What is Atmanirbharta? Self-reliance. Clear that? How will we do that? Atmanirbharta. See, defense expenditure, first of all tell me, is it a revenue expenditure or capital expenditure? Yeah. Most of the people think defense is a revenue expenditure, but it has some part revenue expenditure and some part is basically capital expenditure. When we buy the equipment, when we buy the technology, when we buy the our defense resilient technology, our related to defense, like we bought Rafale, we bought so many surveillance technologies, we basically go for so many war weapons. Clear that? So that is already we are enhancing our defense asset, and defense training of the personnel is also an asset. Clear that? So defense capital budget, this time we have decided to increase. Okay, we have decided to increase defense capital budget. We have decided to enhance our defense capital budget. Defense capital budget. Okay, earlier in defense 42% was revenue expenditure of the total allocations to defense, and 58% was the capital budget in the defense. This year we have increased it to 68, and it means that we have reduced it to 32. So only 32% will be spent on revenue expenditure, 68% will be spent on what? On the capital side of the defense. That will enhance our Atmanirbharta in defense. We won't depend much on foreign countries in future for defense related purchases or defense related imports, technology, training, skills, anything. We won't depend much on the, this is slow, gradually we will try to improve our self-reliance. Okay, one point. Another point is in the industry sector, theme industry. Second thing we have micro, small, medium enterprises. These are facing bigger challenges in the current times, particularly during the COVID-19 period. So we have decided to go on big reforms in the micro, small and medium enterprises. Micro, small and medium enterprises. Okay. First of all, what we do is we will go for what are the major reforms which we have initiated in the budget. Interlinking of various portals, interlinking of multiple portals, interlinking of multiple portals. Which portals do we have currently which are working in this MSME sector? Yes? Good. ASEAN portal. MCA 21, no. It is basically a database, MCA 21, under Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Okay, so ASEAN portal we have one. Then we have another portal that is called Udyam. Another portal we have eShram. Yeah. It is a database, but particularly in micro, small and medium enterprises. We will register workers, we'll give them benefits so that majority of the people can continue the work. Clear that? Okay, then there is NCS. NCS. Okay, so what is basically this eShram portal? eShram is basically, you can write, yeah, it is a national database. National database for unorganized workers. All the workers who will get, they will get a unique ID that is called eShram ID. They will get a card, eShram card. Okay, they will be registered with the Ministry of Labour and Employment. Clear? Whenever there will be any calamity, any accident or anything, they will be covered under an accidental insurance. Means some sort of social security. Some sort of social security. Now, social security for which workers? Unorganized, smaller workers, micro, small and medium enterprises. Means we are trying to enhance the safety net for the labour sector. Okay, this is what we have focused in the economic survey. You will get a term called barbell strategy. In economic survey, you have you will get consistently. I am specially expecting a question in prelims on this barbell strategy. Okay, what is barbell strategy? It is a twofold strategy which we are focusing this year. Earlier we used to go for waterfall approach. We used to go for waterfall approach. This was the first approach for basically for what purpose? Waterfall approach for what purpose? Waterfall approach means you just see the problems, initiate the reforms accordingly. No feedback mechanism was there, nothing. You initiate a reform and you move on and you initiate next reform next year. Clear that? This was waterfall approach followed by majority of the countries initially in planning. Okay. Then they shifted to agile approach. What is agile approach of planning? In agile approach of planning, you use the ad hoc and the feedback mechanisms. Okay, you see the problem, you give a temporary remedy, then you get the feedback. If the feedback is good, you continue with the remedy, you improvise on that, otherwise you remove that and you try another medicine. You get this? That is called agile approach, which works on basically the feedback loops, Clear that? Then we decided this year we will go with the barbell strategy. It is a combination of on one side agile approach, on the second side there are various safety nets for the weaker sections. So barbell strategy is a combination of agile framework and the clubbed with the safety cushions which are announced in the economic survey and budget for the purpose of cushioning the economic shocks which may hit the poorer and the weaker sections more harder. Similarly, micro, small and medium enterprises being one of that. So we need to have at least some social safety nets here. So e-Shram is one such social safety and social security net. So from this I have related the barbell strategy which you will get which you will get in your economic survey also. You get this point? Okay, then what is this Udyam portal? Udyam portal means all those people who are starting their own units, micro, small or medium enterprises, they can register on the Udyam portal. When they will be registered and on the Udyam portal, they will get a lot of benefits, they will get a lot of access to the credit also, and then lot of advantages they will have by registering on the Udyam portal. Clear that? It is for registration of MSMEs. Registration of micro, small and medium enterprises. Registration of micro, small and medium enterprises. And what about this NCS? It is basically National Career Service. National Career Service. It will facilitate those people who are seeking for jobs. Okay, who are seeking for National Career Service. National Career Service for facilitation of job seekers and employers. For facilitation of job seekers and employers. Okay. National Career Service. And what about this ASEEM portal? What is ASEEM? Atmanirbhar Skill Employee Employer Mapping. Atmanirbhar Skilled Employee Employer-Employee Mapping. On this, employees as well as the employers will be registered and mapped for various types of benefits. Clear? So, skilled. So, which ministry has started this portal? ASEEM portal. This is under the Ministry of Skill Development. This is under Ministry of Skill Development. Okay. And what about this National Career Service? Which ministry? It is under the Ministry of Labour and Employment. These are confusing things. Wherever you get something like which can confuse you, that can confuse the examiner as well, and examiner may frame a question from that area. Okay. This is under the Ministry of Labour and Employment. Okay. Then there is also basically one more program for revamping the micro, small and medium enterprises. Okay, we have decided to basically promote that. That is called as the RAMP program. That is the RAMP program. What is RAMP program? Raising and accelerating MSME performance. Raising and accelerating MSE performance. Okay. Now, which committee has recommended this RAMP program? There is one committee on MSMEs that is called UK Sinha Committee. UK Sinha Committee. So the RAMP program is based on the recommendation of UK Sinha Committee. RAMP program is based on the recommendation of UK Sinha Committee. UK Sinha Committee. Okay. This year we have decided that we will basically promote this RAMP program by setting one high level council that is called as MSME Council. So this year's budget has announced that MSME Council will be set up. Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Council will be set up. Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Okay. And also we will provide better access to the working capital for MSMEs. Okay. We will enhance the better access better access to working capital. Working capital, money, credit, working capital, better access to working capital. Okay, and we will promote gender neutral MSMEs, means women headed MSCs will be promoted, and also we will promote green investment and technology based solution under RAM program. Green investment, okay, then technology based, okay, then women headed. So inclusive growth, I told you two bigger themes, larger themes of this year's budget consistently visible till this point. Okay. Even in telecom industry, there are some announcements, no detailed scheme, rollout of 5G in telecom industry. So these are this was related to MSME, two initiatives which are in discussion in the budget. Okay, then also women headed MSMEs, women headed micro, small and medium enterprises. Okay, we have in the telecom sector there are few announcement, you just mention them because you may get a separate question on telecom sector. Then you have to mention this point like rollout of 5G in this year 2022-2023, rollout of 5G. Okay, number one. Number two, production linked incentive scheme for design led manufacturing, for 5G, and execution of BharatNet project, in public-private partnership mode. Okay, execution of BharatNet in PPP mode. Execution of BharatNet in PPP mode. Execution of BharatNet in PPP mode. PLI means production linked incentive scheme. Okay, this scheme was in first of all announced in the budget 2020 and 2021 because I told you that time we were in the negative growth period, clear, and we wanted to bring up our production. GDP growth was to be pushed through a recession phase, V-shaped recovery we have to start. Okay, we decided that all the major sectors we will incentivize, government will give incentives to those industries which will be enhancing their production. Okay, that is called incentive. More production you will do means you are flourishing. You don't need much incentive. But under production linked incentive scheme, the more you produce, the more incentives you get. In order to get more motivation and more machinery, factory equipment, more labor, more people on job, and further more production. Because our we forget everything. We forget inflation, we forget Urjit Patel committee recommendation, we forget inflation targeting. We focus completely on growth through one of such schemes that is called production linked incentive scheme. It is a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat. You get the incremental sales. Yeah, that is a part of it. Okay, you get the concept, production linked incentive scheme. Okay, so now this was all about the industry sector, major things which I wanted to tell you about industry sector. Okay, next is sustainable development. Next theme, sustainable development. What is co-firing? Biomass co-firing. Have you heard this term, biomass co-firing? For the sustainable development, first thing which was there in the budget was biomass co-firing. Biomass co-firing. What is biomass co-firing? Who will tell me? Anybody? Biomass co-firing. Co-firing means you might be doing two things. Firing two things at the same time. Okay. For the generation of electricity, you are using coal, mostly coal-based things. Okay. This time you will use coal along with biomass. Okay. That is called biomass co-firing. Okay. You write. It is burning of two fuels together to generate electricity. Burning of two fuels to generate electricity. Burning of two fuels to generate electricity. Burning of two fuels to generate electricity. Okay, what are those two fuels? One will be eco-friendly, biomass. Second one will be coal. It means that we want to introduce biomass in the generation of electricity and reduce the coal dependence. Okay, biomass co-firing. Clear? Biomass, you cannot directly pump biomass and burn it and generate electricity. You have to convert it into high density biomass particles. They are called as biomass pellets. Okay, biomass through biomass pellets. What are biomass pellets? High density biomass particles. Biomass pellets. Clear that? Okay. Now biomass, lot of agri waste is used as biomass. Clear that? So instead of stubble burning it open, we can go for use it as a biomass pellets and use it for co-firing. This will enhance the crop residue management, crop residue disposal. Okay, this will reduce air pollution. Okay, now farmers, after the cropping and harvesting is complete, they burn the biomass. For that matter, they require a lot of resource. They require to make some expenditure. At least one matchbox they need to buy. Clear that? So there is some expense in burning the biomass. But if they convert it into biomass pellet, they will sell it out, also generate income out of that. Okay, that will enhance farmers' income. That will enhance farmers' income. Okay. And agri waste will be very effectively and efficiently treated. Okay, effective and efficient treatment of biomass or agri waste, not biomass, you can write of agri waste. Of agri waste, yeah. Yeah, government will procure under the biomass co-firing. Clear that? Okay. Even private sector entities can, if they are private sector entities are producing electricity, they can also procure. Clear that? Biomass co-firing. Clear? This is one, for promotion of biomass, co-firing, we have started an initiative called as Samarth. We have started an initiative called as Samarth. Okay, very, very difficult to remember all the initiatives of this government. So long initiatives, so long their names with a very small objective. Objective biomass co-firing. Okay, and name of the objective, Sustainable Agrarian Mission on Use of Agri Residue and Thermal Power Plants. Clear that? Samarth means Sustainable Agrarian Mission. SAM, Sustainable Agrarian Mission on use of agri residue, Sustainable Agrarian Mission on use of agro residue in thermal power plant. TH for thermal power plant. So it is called Samarth. On use of agro residue. In thermal power plants. Which ministry? Nodal ministry? No, Ministry of Power. It is going for electricity generation. Ministry of Power. Okay. Clear? So under this budget we have said that we will promote this biomass co-firing. It is going on since long. Earlier we were using only 5% biomass co-firing. This year's budget we have announced that we will promote 7% biomass co-firing. Means you can use 7% coal, you can use 7% biomass pellets in production of 1 unit of electricity. Okay, so 5 to 7% blend of biomass pellets is to be done. Okay, 5 to 7% blending of then there is also another announcement, that is promotion of ethanol blended fuel. Promotion of ethanol blended fuel. Promotion of ethanol blended fuel. Promotion of second initiative, promotion of ethanol blended fuel. Promotion of ethanol blended fuel. Okay, what is ethanol?
Biofuel.
Yeah, it is a biofuel which is prepared from the biomass of sugarcane, then also destroyed fruit crops. Clear that? Okay, so we prepare ethanol, that is also known as a biofuel. Ethanol is a biofuel. What is blending?
So 20%
Mixing. Blending means simply mixing. Okay. Gradually we, what is EB5, EB10 and EB20? Yeah. Means in petrol, you cannot use only petrol, pure petrol. It is very damaging to the environment. There shall be some mixing of petrol with ethanol, a biofuel. Okay. If 5% of the ethanol is blended with petrol, that is called EB5. Then if 10% is blended, that is called as EB10. And if 20% is blended, that is called as EB20. That is called as EB20. Clear that? Okay. Now we have for this EB5 we have to promote its sale. We have to promote its sale. Okay. Then we have to target that by the end of 2022. By end of 2022 we must introduce EB10 and we must reach by 2025, by 2025 we must reach EB20. We must reach EB20 means 20% of ethanol blending should be done. 2025. 2025 in the budget announcement is 2025. Okay. Still scope of mistake is there. Maybe I might have read it wrong. एक बार आप check कर लेना. My friend is saying 2030, but in budget what we have read is 2025. Budget announcement is 25. हाँ, तो आप एक बार verify. अगर आपको confusion है, you just verify. हाँ, ठीक है. हाँ. So by 2025 we have to go for EB20. We have to go for EB20. EB20. Okay. Presently we have basically crossed this 5% and we have reached around 8.5%. By the end we have to reach to 10%. We have to reach to 10%. Okay. Now what are the challenges ahead? Challenges is basically we have again demand and supply mismatch in ethanol. Okay, we have suppose we have 1000 liters of demand, we have the supply only of what? 700 liters. Clear? So this demand and supply mismatch is to be this gap is to be bridged, number one. Number two, if we will include ethanol in petrol, if we blend ethanol in petrol, that reduces the efficiency and economy of the vehicle. Okay, so we have to focus on, we should not go for ethanol blending then, or rather we should improve the design of the vehicle. We should improve the technology of the vehicle which can absorb the ethanol blended petrol. Okay, so there is a need of upgradation of technology in the vehicle manufacturing sector. Okay, upgradation. Okay, upgradation of technology. Upgradation of technology for vehicles to compensate the loss of fuel Now, one big announcement in this year budget is that we have decided to tax more those vehicles or those vehicle users which are using unblended petrol. Okay, how much? We have additional excise duty of 2 rupees per litre. Additional excise duty of 2 rupees per litre. Additional excise duty of 2 rupee per litre. Additional excise duty of, yeah,
They will impose it on oil companies.
they are imposing it on,
Oil marketing companies.
definitely. And they will, where will the oil marketing company charge it from? From the consumer. Okay, so additional excise duty of 2 rupees is imposed per litre on unblended petrol. Unblended petrol. Clear? Now, some social sector initiatives. Okay, next is social sector initiatives. Quickly, I'll mention them. The social sector initiatives. Some social sector initiatives. Okay, earlier we were having Ayushman Bharat for coverage of health sector. Now we have Ayushman Digital Health Mission. Okay, Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission. Okay, Digital Health Mission. Under this Digital Health Mission, we will issue a digital iCard. That is 14-digit identity will be issued to the customers. Digital health card. Okay, and that will be created using the mobile number, Aadhaar, and the name of the individual. Okay, and it will be free of cost and it will be voluntary for all, but there are a lot of benefits. The database will be collected, and in terms of disease, in terms of disability, lot of health insurance facility, free medical treatment will be given, particularly to the lower sections. Clear that? Then there is also basically there are some missions related to women empowerment, like Mission Shakti, Mission Vatsalya, Mission Shakti, Mission Vatsalya, and then there is also Poshan 2.0 was announced in 2022 budget. Okay, in 2023 budget we have basically enhancement of Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. Poshan 2.0. It is for nutrition. It is nutritional program under the Integrated Child Development Scheme project, ICDS. Okay. Now only they have been mentioned in the budget that we are also going to enhance these things. They're also there. One great initiative which has been mentioned is launch of a digital university. Launch of digital university. Now what sort of courses they will offer, what will be the staff, how they will, what will be the modus operandi, that will come with the policy. Okay, but currently it is just an announcement that digital universities will be launched. Digital India ke liye ek point it is good. Okay, which state has become the first state which has already worked on the digital university at the state level? Kerala. Kerala. Okay, so these are basically some of the important aspects which you can see where questions can come from budget. Clear that? Okay. Now I am going to take up one of the most detailed and one of the biggest area, that is called public finance. That is called public finance. Okay, very thoroughly I'll take it, public finance, because it is a very good section, very good section of the budget where you get good number of question and very rich data also you get for particularly this, for your examination perspective. Okay, now I'll deal with the public finance or the fiscal management. How we will manage our budget. First of all, how much expenditure we have proposed. What is the expenditure proposal in this year's budget? Earlier, previous year budget, I'll discuss how we have enhanced it. In the budgetary estimates of 2021-22, we decided to spend how much? It was around 34.83 lakh crores. 34.83 lakh crores. Clear? Then we revised it and went up to 37.7 lakh crores. 37.7 lakh crores. Now we enhanced it further to around 39 lakh crores. Okay, means consistently the budget expenditures, estimates in the budget expenditure have been increasing despite the COVID-19 slowdown. Okay, so isme one should remember the trend, increasing trend or decreasing trend. Trends are very important. Okay, now then what about fiscal deficit? Fiscal deficit. What about fiscal deficit? Our fiscal deficit, we decided that first of all, estimated fiscal deficit for 2021 and 2022, then revised, then for 2022 and 2023. Again, we should remember a broader trend. Clear? Here we were saying that fiscal deficit will bring it down to 6.8% of the GDP. What actually happened is, we later on revised it that we cannot bring it to 6.8, we'll keep it at 6.9. And for 2023, we have planned it should be 6.4% of the GDP. It should be how much? 6.4% of the GDP. Okay. When did we witness the highest fiscal deficit? Prior to it, it was 9.2%. Highest fiscal deficit. Okay. Clear that? If we go 2008 to 2022, 2008 to 2022, 2008 it was 6.1 and now it is 6.9 for 2022 revised. 2023 we have decided to bring it to 6.4, but will we be able to do it or not? It is a matter to be seen. In between, we raised to 6.6, we came down to 5.3, we also came down to 3.9, 3.5, 3.4. Lowest we witnessed during 2018-19. 2018-19. We witnessed lowest 3.4. Clear? So there has been a very uneven trajectory of the fiscal deficit. Clear? Uneven trajectory. Okay, even there is a graph made in your budget, but I don't think that is important. What is important to know is that there has been no regular trend in our fiscal deficit. Increasing or declining, no regular trend. Any statement which will bring you to the regular trend of increase or decline in the fiscal deficit will be wrong. Correct statement will be fiscal deficit since last more than over a decade has shown a very irregular trend. Irregular trend. Highest being in the year 2021, lowest being in the year pre-pandemic year 2018, 17-18, 3.4%. That was very much close to what? 3%. Of which recommendation, which act has recommended that we it was Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. We said that fiscal deficit should come to 3%. The target was initially by 2008, later on it was revised, but now we are far away from it due to the COVID pandemic. Okay. Fiscal deficit, I hope you know, everyone knows what is fiscal deficit, how much of excess expenditures government is making instead of revenues. Okay, it also shows how much government needs to borrow from different resources. Government borrowings are represented by fiscal deficit. Fiscal deficit. Clear that? Okay, what are growth projections for this year? I have already told you growth projections in the very beginning. No, growth projection. 9.2 is fiscal deficit target. Growth projection is 9.2. What is the expected growth for the year 2023? 8.8 to 8.5%. Rough trend. 8.8 to. In the current year, we are saying that we are 9.2%, but expected for 2022-2023, it is 8 to 8.5%. 8 to 8.5%. 8 to 8.5%. 8 to 8.5%. Okay, now in the expenditure side, how much we have decided to spend on this, how much we have decided to spend on capital expenditure of the total budget? 35.4%. 35.4% of budgetary estimates are to be spent on capital expenditure. Okay, 35, more than one third. More than one third we are going to spend on the capital expenditure side. Capital expenditure side. Capital expenditure side. Okay. Okay, so this is about the fiscal management. Okay, now we will go into the tax structure. Tax structure. Tax structure. Which part of the budget deals with tax structure? Budget at the end, when it is to be passed by the parliament, it breaks down into two sides. One is appropriation bill and another one is finance bill. What is the duration for passing a finance bill? What is the maximum duration we can use? Maximum time? 75 days. Okay, finance bill is to be passed within 75 days of its introduction in the parliament, but we pass it in 4 or 5 days. Okay, so finance bill basically legalizes the receipt side. Receipts, taxation and other things. It legalizes the receipt side of the budget. It legalizes the receipt side of the budget. Receipt side of the budget. Clear? Okay. In taxation, there are some tax reliefs. First of all, what are the tax relieving provisions? Tax relief. Every year, you enhance the tax brackets. Okay. Suppose 0 to 5 lakh income below 5 lakh is not taxed. Okay, above 5 lakh you have to pay 5% tax. Okay, or 10% tax. Okay, whatever be the tax slab. I'll tell you the tax slabs also, but they are of the previous year. This year, no change. Every year you change tax slabs because income of individuals, particularly in the organized and formal sector, keeps on increasing. Clear that? So you change the tax slab to get more tax revenues. This time you decided to keep the money with the people. To keep the money with the people. So you decided to keep the tax slabs unchanged. Okay. So the first tax relief was tax slabs were income tax slabs were unchanged. Income tax slabs unchanged. Income tax slabs were unchanged. Income tax slabs were unchanged. Okay, the second is reduction of alternate minimum tax rate. Second relief was reduction of alternate minimum tax. Reduction of alternate minimum tax rate and surcharge. Alternate minimum tax and surcharge for cooperatives, for cooperative societies. This means a boost to the promotion of cooperative societies. A boost to promotion of cooperative societies. What was the earlier alternate minimum tax? 18%, 18.5% rather. It has been reduced to 15%. Alternate minimum tax is reduced from 18.5% to how much? 15%. And surcharge on the tax which cooperatives were supposed to pay earlier 12%, now it has been reduced to 7%. It has been reduced to how much? 7%. Reduced to 7%. Clear that? Okay. Now there is also one benefit called tax deduction benefit. Tax deductions. Tax deductions. Okay. Tax deductions. The limit to tax deduction has been increased to 14%. Limit increased to 14%. Earlier it was how much? 10%. Limit in the tax deduction has been increased to 14%. Earlier it was 10%. Earlier it was 10%. Okay? So this is basically, these are the general tax reforms which we have basically introduced. Clear? We have also decided now some newer tax introduced. Tax on virtual assets. Tax on virtual assets. We have decided to tax virtual assets. How much? Very good. 30%. Now what is the nature of this tax? Is it an income tax? Is it an income tax? Yeah. The nature of this tax is capital gains tax. The nature of this tax is capital gains tax. What is capital gains tax? See, suppose you have any asset. Suppose you have a plot of land. Its value is 5 crores. Okay. After 1 year, its value will be 7 crores. 2 crore is the capital gain in the asset. If you sell it, this 2 crore will be taxed. Clear? In the same way, you have a digital asset. Suppose you have Bitcoin. You have Bitcoins. Clear? Bitcoin's value let us say it is $1. $1 means how much? 73 rupees. Clear? Later on, when you sold it, its value was $5. Okay, means which will be around 400 rupees. Clear that? And at that point of time, this capital gains will be taxed at the interest rate of how much? 30%. Okay, so income from all the digital assets will be. So does it mean that India has legalized trade in cryptocurrencies? Had it been legalizing it, it would have been there would have been basically it has prevented the bitcoins and other things from becoming illegal. Okay, now they are not legal in India, but can we say they have become legal tender? No, there is no such order for making them legal tender, and it is basically just that we are now okay that if you are trading in it, we are okay with it, but you have to pay a hefty amount as the capital gains tax. Capital gains tax. Okay. Even now this gifts are also to be taxed in the hands of the recipient, the one who receives the gifts. Clear that? Okay. Then there are some other initiatives in the, but these are some of the initiatives which you must remember about the tax structure. Okay, indirect tax is remarkable progress in collection of GSTs. Okay, remarkable progress in GST collection. In indirect tax regime, remarkable progress in GST collection. Okay, remarkable progress in GST collection. Okay. So these are some of the proposals related to taxation. Related to taxation. Just let me see if I have missed out something very important in this. One thing which it remains in news most of the times. You just write it, huh? Gift IFSC, huh? What is Gift IFSC?
International Finance Service Center.
Yeah, it is a International Financial Service Center located in Gujarat. Okay, so it is Gujarat International Financial. The gift is the name, huh? Gujarat International Finance Tech City. Gujarat International Finance Tech City Corporation Limited, huh? And it is India's first International Financial Service Center, IFSC, International Financial Service Center, Financial Service Center. Okay, International Financial Service Center. Okay. Blended finance. Did I tell you what is blended finance? These are some terms in budget. Okay, you can write terms. Some. doubt came to me, right? It was about minimum alternate tax and alternate minimum tax. Okay, those who have attended the classes earlier may be aware with the thing, but those who have not attended the classes, but I'll repeat it for everybody. First of all, focus on the word alternate. It is alternate to the normal taxation proposals. Clear that? Okay. Suppose corporate income tax. Companies pay corporate income tax and individuals pay personal income tax. CIT and PIT. Clear? Now this alternate minimum tax is levied on corporates only. Sorry, minimum alternate tax is levied on corporates only. First of all, understand this. Minimum alternate tax is levied on corporates only. Okay, suppose a corporate is registering a profit of 50 crores. Okay, if it goes by normal tax regime, it has to pay some taxes along with some surcharges. Okay, but there are a lot of tax exemptions, tax deductions. They basically show we have invested in greenfield projects, we have invested in this, we have done this much investment in corporate social responsibility. So they will show their net tax liability is equal to 0. No tax liability we have to pay. Clear that? Then government decided that for those companies which will show 0 tax liability, at least they have to pay a minimum tax which will be called as minimum alternate tax, MAT, minimum alternate tax. So it is a provision to tax those corporates which are showing 0 tax liability by misusing various tax provisions. Is this clear to all of you? Is this clear to all of you? Then there are, apart from corporates, there are some other economic entities, like there is an economic entity called Hindu Undivided Family, HUF. Okay, then there are some also cooperative societies. In this year's budget, this cooperative societies is focused, and for them, earlier the alternate minimum tax was 18.5%. It has been reduced to how much? Reduced to 15%. 15%. How I'll illustrate this also. Clear that? See, now what is alternate minimum tax? First of all, it is same as minimum alternate tax, but minimum alternate tax is applicable to corporates. It is applicable to individuals and other non-corporate entities. Non-corporate entities. Clear? If these non-corporate entities are also showing tax reductions and various tax exemptions, then they have to pay a minimum alternate minimum tax of this much. Earlier it was this much for cooperatives, now it has been reduced to this much. It means the boost is given to the promotion of cooperative societies. Clear that? So understand now this, tax slabs. What are the tax slabs? From 0 to 2.5 lakh. 0 to 2.5 lakh, the tax rate is 0%. Okay, and from 2.5 to 5 lakh, what is the tax rate? It is 5%. But there is a very technical point here. 5% is under section 87A of Income Tax Act. Under section 87A of Income Tax Act. Now, what is this section 87A of Income Tax Act? Means you have to pay the tax, but you can claim a refund of the tax by filing the IT returns under section 87A of the IT Act. Means this much money will be refunded back to the individual. Clear that? Okay. So after this, the tax which you have to pay, that won't be returned to the income tax payer. Okay, 5 to 7.5. 5 lakh to 7.5 lakh, the income tax rate is 10%, and 7.5 to 10 lakh, it is 15%. 7.5 to 10, it is 15%. Okay, and from 10 to 12.5, it is 20%. 10 to 12.5, it is 20%. And 12.5 to 15 lakh. 12.5 to 15 lakh, it is 25%. And above 25 lakh, it is how much? 30%. plus there are so many surcharges. Plus there are so many surcharges also. Clear? Now for the cooperatives, the tax slabs are different. Okay, so tax slabs for cooperatives have been changed now. So you can write down tax slabs for cooperatives. Okay, up to income up to 10,000 for cooperatives. I'll write it on the other side. This is for individuals, for cooperatives. For cooperative societies. For cooperative societies, income up to 10% is taxed at income up to 10,000 is taxed at 10%. Okay. Then up to from 10,000 to 20,000, 10K to 20K, the income tax slab stands at 20%. Income tax slab stands at 20%, and more than 20,000, it stands at 30%. Now suppose some cooperatives are registering profit, okay, and then they are also showing some tax deduction, tax exemptions, and showing net tax liability is equal to 0, then they have to pay alternate minimum tax. Suppose you show a profit more than 20K, right? Like you are showing 50,000. How much? 50,000. Clear that? And you are saying that the different tax liabilities, tax exemption applicable, we are not going to pay any tax, we don't have any tax liability. For them, they should not avoid the tax. We have alternate minimum tax, which was earlier 18.5%, and now we have reduced it to 15%.
This is the profit amount or the income amount?
This is income tax. Individuals have income. Clear that? Okay. Now, if any cooperative is making a profit of more than 1 crore, apart from this alternate minimum tax, a surcharge of 12% was levied on them. Now this also stands to reduce to 7%. Okay. Now what is surcharge therefore? Surcharge is a tax on the additional tax which is to be paid for a particular reason. Clear? Surcharge and cess have only one difference. Surcharge is a amount without any specification where we will use. Cess is also a tax on tax, but it is charged for a particular purpose, like clean energy cess, like environmental cess, Swachh Bharat cess. There are so many, but the purpose is mentioned that we are charging you 2% extra for this purpose. Clear? So this is how alternate minimum tax operates. So minimum alternate tax is for corporates only, companies, which I have already discussed, that misuse of provisions, they show net tax liability 0, but they have to pay minimum alternate tax. Okay. Okay, so this is all you need to know about the taxation system. Okay, now I feel like I should discuss few things about economic survey. Few important aspects about economic survey I can tell you, then I'll come up with some other aspects. Okay. Yeah? I'll tell you some important terms. Very good. Okay, fine. Thank you for reminding me. I was telling you about blended finance first of all. Yeah, I was telling you about blended finance. It is also known as hybrid fund. Blended finance, also known as hybrid funds. Also known as hybrid funds. Also known as hybrid funds. It consists of investment from various asset classes. It consists of investment from various asset classes. Various asset classes. There are different classes of assets. Various asset classes, such as bonds, such as various asset classes such as bonds, stocks, gold, etc. Gold, etc. Gold, etc. Okay, then there is also a term which is in this budget we have used, circular economy. We will focus on circular economy. We will focus on circular economy. This is for the purpose of sustainability. This is for the purpose of sustainability. Now what is the circular economy? Can you tell me what is circular economy? Yeah, repairing, reusing, recycling, refurbishing of products in order to enhance their durability in the economy, in order to enhance their presence. Okay, so you can write circular economy. It is a model of production and consumption. It is a model of production and consumption involving, it is a model of production and consumption involving sharing, leasing, reusing, repairing, refurbishing, and recycling existing materials and products as long as possible. As long as possible. As long as possible. As long as possible.
What is refurbishing?
Yes?
What is
Refurbishing.
refurbishing?
Suppose I'll give you an example of your phone. Okay. Suppose you have a phone. Okay. You are a very rich person. It started showing some defects on the screen. Okay. You altogether discard and purchase a new phone. Clear that? But instead of discarding the older phone, you sell it to a company which will repair it, which will only replace those parts which are not functioning. Okay. Then they will sell it at the price half than the original newer one, but now this product is refurbished, means making a product ready to use again by replacing some of its defective parts. Clear? That is called refurbishing. It's called refurbishing. Clear? Okay. So this is all you need to know from the budget. I hope most of the things are clear. Okay. There was also a discussion about one thing, but that is not a part of budgetary policy. So I will discuss it a bit later. That is, a new thing is introduced in the fiscal policy, that is standing deposit facility. Recent in April 2022, standing deposit facility. April 22 Monetary Policy Committee meeting, this standing deposit facility came on discussion. Okay, you might have heard about marginal standing facility, repo rate, reverse repo rate. You might have heard about so many things, but you might not have heard about standing deposit facility, because it was recommended in 2014 by Urjit Patel Committee, but we were on discussion in 2017-18, then it went into the back step, and again now it has come to the front. Standing deposit facility I'll be taking when I'll take current affairs. Clear that? This was also mentioned in the budget that we will be maintaining our accommodative stance in the budgetary policy and the monetary policy together. Okay, and what is accommodative stance? I have already told you. When? Yeah, accommodative stance means we will also increase money supply, we will try to pump growth, we will shift our focus from inflation targeting or inflation control to more economic growth. Okay, it is very close to the expansionary monetary policy. Clear that? Dovish or hawkish?
Right monetary policy.
Dovish or hawkish, this accommodative stance? It is dovish. You get this point? Okay. So I hope you remember the dovish and hawkish concepts. Dovish means very lenient expansionary monetary policy. Hawkish, many tight monetary policy. Okay, or a dear monetary policy or contractionary monetary policy. Different names of monetary policies. Clear? Okay. So now I'll give you some important statements which are there in the economic survey, which may be there as a part of your question. Okay, the first and the foremost thing is the barbell strategy, which is continuously there in the discussion in the economic survey. Barbell strategy. It is a combination, it is a combined approach of two, it has two aspects. Barbell strategy has how much? Two aspects. One is the agile approach. One is the agile approach plus safety nets. Safety nets for vulnerable sections. You remember K-shaped recovery? This barbell strategy is to reverse the K-shaped recovery. Because I told you in K-shaped recovery, suppose this is decline, when we started recovery, some part of the economy recovered, but some part of the economy went further downwards. Okay, and rich became more richer and poor become more. So for that matter, those who are becoming more poorer, we require safety nets. Clear that? So it is to reverse the K-shaped recovery, agile approach and safety nets together. That is what forms the barbell strategy, and that is what economic survey has highlighted, that the strategy which Indian economy currently is following should be the barbell strategy. Now what is the agile approach? What is the agile approach?
Responding to the changes.
Yeah, responding to the changes approach. It has major features. Agile approach, it is based on, you just write, agile approach is based on feedback loops. Feedback loops. You initiate a reform, then you check the feedback of that reform. If it is working, continue. If it is not working, modify it. And if it is still not working, remove it, try another measure. Clear that? So feedback loops say you improve the planning and programming. Okay. Then also real-time monitoring of outcomes. Real-time monitoring of outcomes. In agile approach, real-time monitoring of outcomes, and then responses as per the feedback. That is called flexible responses. That is called flexible responses. Flexible responses. Flexible responses. Flexible responses. Clear that? So this is the main focus of the barbell strategy. Barbell strategy. Clear that? Okay. About basics of economic survey, Who presents the economic survey? Who prepares? It is prepared by, again, Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, but this time not under the guidance of Finance Minister, under the guidance of Chief Economic Advisor. Chief Economic Advisor. Under the guidance of Chief Economic Advisor. Earlier it was presented with the budget itself. Now since last 2017, it is being presented a day or two before the budget. A day or two before the budget. What is it? Economic survey. If budget is the estimates for the ensuing year, economic survey is the report card of the previous year. Economic survey is the report card of the previous and the current year which is going on. Current year not everything is recorded, but previous year everything is recorded, because current year still some months are, some time is left. Okay, and high frequency. It uses basically high frequency indicators. Like for industry there are some indicators, for agriculture there are some indicators, more than 80 high frequency indicators. You cannot remember them all, not even important, nobody asks. But it uses various indicators and then presents the report card of the whole country, how the country has performed over a period of time. Okay, and now what were the major, what was the theme of this year's economic survey? Theme 2022 economic survey. Economic survey is of 2022, you just understand. Budget is 2022-2023. Okay. So the theme of this year's economic survey was art and science of policy making under conditions of extreme uncertainty. Art and science of policy making under conditions of extreme uncertainty. This year's economic survey, a big reform was that it was a single volume economic survey. Earlier there used to be 2 volumes. Now this year single volume economic survey along with some data appendixes. Okay. So extreme uncertainty. Extreme uncertainty. Extreme uncertainty. Clear? This was the theme. Okay. Then it has various chapters discussing various things. Okay. Like the first chapter discussed the state of economy, which shows that Indian economy, after witnessing a contraction of over 6%, nearly 7% in the year 2021, will witness a growth in 2022 and 2023. So this is where we get the projection of 8 to 8.5% of economic growth, which might be visible. Point number 1. Okay. What are the major challenges which are being faced by the economy currently? It has also given a list of those challenges. Important. Number 1, repeated waves. Then also supply side disruption. Lot of disruptions in the supply chain. Okay. Repeated waves. 1, supply side disruptions. 2, then recent problem which it has also highlighted that of late inflation is now becoming a big problem. Inflation, growing inflation due to accommodative stance. Growing inflation. Even today's Economic Times, in the early morning I was reading, today's Economic Times has given a beautiful article that the inflation which is currently, we are thinking that it is due to the economic growth, but it may turn out to be a long-term pain. It may turn out to be a long-term pain. Okay, so high inflation is also a big problem. Okay, and then globally also, so many, all the global banks like Federal Reserve of America, they pumped ample money into the economy. That led to recovery in the economic growth, okay, increase in the money supply. But now, there is one problem that at one point of time, we have to control the money supply. We have to control the money supply, means we will taper the money supply. Okay, when we will taper this accommodative stance, then there will be a problem with the economic growth. We may witness economic slowdown again. Okay, that is called a taper tantrum, which is a bigger problem now, which is also, we have to go very delicately between these lanes. Clear that? Okay, so now excess liquidity is being sucked out by various banks, various central banks across the country. They are also now witnessing slowdowns. Same is the threat with India. When India will witness the withdrawal of liquidity, then there might be some, economic slowdown again. Okay, that's where the standing deposit facility came in recently. Even 2-3 days before, Monetary Policy Committee in its emergency meeting has changed the policy rates again. It has now, after so much long time, it has increased the policy rates. It means that accommodative, it has, this is the beginning of dilution of the accommodative stance of the monetary policy. Clear that? But now things have to be seen, how they will go in the future. Okay, you please keep continuous reading of newspapers. You will read it every day that things are now changing. And how to maintain the balance between inflation control and economic growth. This is the bigger problem which is not mentioned in the economic survey. I see it more bigger a problem. But then economic survey was published in Feb. This problem has emerged after March, April. In April particularly, that emergency meeting was an outcome of the problem of controlling money supply, because inflation is going now much beyond the tolerance limit of the common masses. Clear that? Okay. So
if interest increases for the suppliers, they will increase production. If inflation increases, that means there is demand in the environment. Then suppliers will increase their production. It is better for.
Now, inflation can be of two things. It can be cost push inflation, or it can be demand pull inflation. Okay. Now, currently there is a demand pull inflation in the economy, but now gradually it is turning out to be cost push inflation, because due to inflation the input cost for the producers is also increasing. Okay, when input cost is increasing, they will produce more or less.
Demand, they will produce.
If demand is there, but they don't have much money to buy the inputs to production, because input cost has increased, that will lead to further increase in demand, but the supply will not increase that much. Now the input cost is increasing, that's why we are worried, the situation has become worryable for us. Okay, so we have now to control the inflation so that the cost factors remain similar and producers continue the production to meet the demand. Clear? If both of them are increasing, that is not good for our economy. Clear that? That may lead to hyperinflation later on. Clear that? Okay. So these are the challenges which are mentioned in the economic survey, that how we have to basically maintain a perfect balance between them. Okay, I told you agriculture, least impacted sector. Huh? So some question, statement based question. Agriculture always witnessed a growth, plus 3.9%. Clear? So agriculture was the least impacted. Okay. Least impacted. Okay. Industry now recovered much, now showing a growth rate of 11% around, but initially -7% it went. Industry during the lockdown. Huh? And what about service sector? Hardest hit by the pandemic. Okay, because it contracted by -8.4%. Service sector -8.4%, though now currently it has plus 8%, 8% and above currently, but yeah. Now, what about investment? GDCF, gross domestic capital formation, it has increased and gone beyond pre-pandemic levels. What is the reason? People have started investing more? Yes or no? Yesterday I discussed a virtuous economic cycle. That didn't come in because of the public expenditure, it come because of the government's capital expenditure. Okay, so GDCF has increased, gross domestic capital formation has increased. Okay. Now NPA declining or increasing? Yeah, NPAs have been declining nowadays. NPAs are, there is a consistent decline in NPAs. Okay. Now, what about the revenue receipts? Revenue receipts have also increased. I am just giving you general trend statement based. Huh? Revenue receipts increased. Revenue receipts have increased. Revenue receipts particularly from GST collection. GST collection has been one of the most buoyant thing in the recent years. GST collections have basically increased. Clear? Now, what about the debt of central government? Yes, it has also increased. Huh? Earlier we were having 49.1% of debt. Now we have 59% debt, 59% of GDP. Huh? Debt has 59.3 precisely. Huh? Debt has also increased. Public debt 59.3 is the debt currently. Okay. What about BOP sector? BOP mostly remains in a balance, but in recent times we have seen a deficit of 0.2%. Huh? BOP 0.2% deficit. But is this a worrying situation? No, it is not a worrying situation, because that debt becomes worrying situation if we don't have the forex reserves. But our forex reserves all-time high $634 billion. Clear that? $634 billion. I am talking about economics, what economic survey has given the data. Clear that? This much forex reserves are there. Okay. Now forex reserve, how much forex reserves are good? Forex reserves which can sustain an economy for 6 months of continuous import. If an economy is importing continuously for 6 months, we must have that much forex reserves. We can pay the import bill for 6 months. Okay. Now, what is this dollar 634 billion? Even if it is 600 billion, then it is 13 months. But 634 billions, more than 14 months of import bill we can pay due to this much forex reserve. So forex reserve situation says this is not worry. This is not worry. Clear that? Okay. Even current account deficit of around 3% is considered as safe. Around 3% of current account deficit is considered to be safe. Safe limit, current account deficit. Safe limit of current account deficit. Clear that? Okay. India, 4th largest holder of forex reserves after China, Japan and Switzerland. Only 3 countries are ahead of us. Clear that? So repo rate earlier was maintained at 4%. Now it has been increased to 4.4%. Currently the repo rate is 4.4%. Means a bit smaller shift from this from the accommodative stance. Means now the excess of liquidity, RBI is now has made a beginning that it may suck out the excess of liquidity from the markets. Excess of liquidity from the markets. Clear that? Inflation, I told you, has been a biggest problem. Okay. Though from the 2021 levels, 2021 6.6 was the consumer price based inflation, which was a bigger problem. Clear? But in the 2022, the economic survey said it hovered around 5 to 5.2%. 5 to 5.2%. Clear that? But then it has been consistently increasing. That's why RBI is shifting its focus from the growth to inflation control. Clear that? And WPI inflation is a bigger problem. It has cost around 14%. Economic survey mentioned that it remained 12.5% during 2021. And now we are in 2022 and it has crossed 14%. It is very big problem for the Indian economy. Clear that? Though they are saying that there is some variation in the inflation rates due to base effect, but still if base effect distorts, it cannot distort the inflation by 5-6%. 1-2% might be distortion due to base effect. Okay, but still it is there. Clear that? Okay. Then these are this is just the a broader outlook in the broader outlook of the economic survey. Clear that? This much you just remember. Then sector wise there is a table presented in the economic survey. Just see, agriculture 18.6, industry sector 25 plus. Okay, then service sector also recovering gradually. Just see that data table. What is the sector wise growth, gross value addition? You can see that table anywhere in the Google or budget division of Ministry of Finance. You can note that data down. Otherwise that is not very important. General trends I have given you. General trends I have given you. And most of the things I have also incorporated in the study of the budget. Clear that? Okay. So I think this much is sufficient on discussion on economic survey and budget. Majority part I have spent here only in economic survey and budget. Okay, now I will discuss a few important concepts in the current affairs which are in news, which you should have in mind because there might be questions on these from your mains perspective and prelims perspective also. Okay, so I will now discuss the current affairs section of Indian economy. I will try to cover as much topics as I can cover in the next coming 1 hour. Clear that? Okay. So let us start from this standing deposit facility itself. Let us start from standing deposit facility. What is standing deposit facility?
Commercial without any collateral.
Standing deposit facility. See, in marginal stand, it is just like marginal standing facility. In marginal standing facility, central bank gives a window to the banks to borrow or lend to the central bank under the repo and reverse repo transactions. Clear that? Standing deposit facility is one such facility where central bank will borrow money from the commercial banks, okay, at a rate called as SDF rate, standing deposit facility rate, okay, which will be around I'll tell you the rate. Lesser than the repo, lesser than the policy rate, 0.25 percentage points or 25 basis points lesser than the repo rate. Clear that? Suppose currently repo rate is how much? 4.40%. Clear? So SDF rate will be 4.15%. Clear that? So you can write standing deposit facility. It is an additional tool available with RBI to suck out excess liquidity from the market without any collateral. Okay, see, it is believed that standing deposit facility will be more effective than the marginal standing facility or the reverse and repo and reverse repo transactions. Why? Because there you need to keep a collateral. Collateral means you need to give a government security. Clear that? Here you need not to give any collateral. That's why it will make more effective. Standing deposit facility will be considered to be more effective. You can write this point also. You can write this. Standing deposit facility is believed to strengthen. It is believed to strengthen the operational framework of monetary policy. Believed to strengthen the operational framework of monetary policy. As of now, they have not disbanded it. Have you read any such news? No, they have not disbanded it, but obviously if standing deposit facility will start operating, it will become less operational. Like what happened to bank rate during 2010, 11, 12, that also became operational due to emergence of marginal standing facility rate. Clear that? Okay, so basically, as of now there is no news of disbanding it, it will stay back. Okay, but yes, they have also introduced flexible repo transactions. Okay, flexible interest rate on the repo and reverse repo transactions. Clear that? Okay, so you get this standing deposit facility. Okay, a framework of monetary policy. Okay, the SDF rate will be 25 basis points. SDF rate will be 25 basis points below the policy rate. Below the policy rate. Okay? Below the policy rate. Clear that? 25 basis points. You know the difference between basis points and percentage points? Huh? 25 basis points is equal to 0.25 percentage points. It is 0.25 percentage points. So this is all about standing deposit facility. Okay. Now I told you this is all you need to know about this economic survey and budget. Current affairs mein first thing I told you is standing deposit facility. Okay, in virtual digital assets I forgot to tell you which section deals with this virtual digital assets. Which section of Income Tax Act? It has been introduced under section 2 clause 47A, huh? Section 2 of IT Act. Section 2 of IT Act. Virtual digital assets. Virtual digital assets. Virtual digital assets. Virtual digital assets. Okay. Now, write down asset monetization. Though we have got a question in the previous year, asset monetization, but we may expect in some other form because it has been so much in news. Every month there is a news on asset monetization. Asset monetization. What is asset monetization? Can you tell me?
Leasing government infrastructure to private sector for a certain period of time.
Yeah, asset monetization is also called as asset recycling or asset leasing or capital recycling or capital leasing, because capital is also what you call an asset. Huh? So asset monetization. See, some of the assets of government are basically lying idle. Lying idle means they are not generating any revenues. Like some government land, state land is lying vacant, no construction, nothing is going on there. So government has decided to generate revenues by monetizing these assets, leasing out these assets to the private sector entities and generating revenues out of that. That is called as asset monetization. That is called as asset monetization. Also called as capital recycling or capital leasing. Now, assets of the government are of two categories: core assets and non-core assets. Non-core assets. Core assets, those assets which government is consistently generating revenues from. No need to go for monetization of those assets. Now, non-core assets, government has planned to monetize the non-core assets. Government has planned to monetize the non-core assets. Okay, the money which we will generate from asset monetization, government has planned to invest it in national infrastructure investment pipeline. Okay, government has planned to invest the same in national infrastructure investment pipeline. National infrastructure and investment pipeline. Okay, what is this national infrastructure investment pipeline? Under this, in 5 years from 2020 to 2025, government has decided that we will invest rupees 111 lakh crores, 111 lakh crores we will be investing in infrastructure sector. Majority of the funding will come from asset monetization. Majority of the funding will come from asset monetization. Okay. Now how it will work? See, this is suppose government and this is a non-core asset of government, land. Okay. Government will give this land to the private sector entity, corporate or a company. Okay. Then government will give, this private sector entity will give rent or royalty to the government. Clear that? Now, why this will get government's asset only? Why not some private individuals have also land? They will give it to that individual also. But government will give in turn some concessions. Government will give in turn some concessions to the private sector entity and lease out the asset. Lease out the asset. Clear that? So this is how asset monetization structure will work. Asset monetization structure will work. Now, in this year's economic survey also, there is a mention that around 3,400 acres of land is available for monetization. 3,400 acres is available for monetization. Clear that? 34 acres is available for monetization. Okay. Now, which will be the nodal agency for this monetization? It will be Department of Investment and Public Department of Investment and Public Asset Management, DIPA. Okay, it is under which ministry? Under Ministry of Finance, Department of Investment and Public Asset Monetization. Public Asset Monetization. Clear? Now, government has also set up recently in the month of February. Government decided to in the month of January 2022. Yeah, it is National Land Monetization Corporation, NLMC. National Land Monetization Corporation has been set up for monetization of asset. National Land Monetization Corporation has been set up for monetization of assets. For monetization of assets. Clear? So the next topic, which already I have discussed, green bonds. Green bonds already discussed. Now there is a news going on. You might have read this news in April also regarding the SWIFT. So you write the second topic, SWIFT. Expected question in prelims on SWIFT. Global reform, SWIFT. Anyone who can tell me what is SWIFT?
Society for Worldwide Financial
Transactions. Telecommunication. SWIFT. You heard this concept of SWIFT? Well, I have already told you, for worldwide interconnectedness of the banking and financial institution, there is a technology called SWIFT. It is Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecom Communication. Okay. Why was it in news? Yeah. Russia has been suspended from this SWIFT. Okay. Russia has been suspension of Russia. It has been in news due to suspension of Russia. Means Russia's banking sector has been taken off from this platform. Okay, has been taken off from this platform. SWIFT is a comprehensive technology or comprehensive institution which provides a lot of services to banking sector, to the brokerage sector, to securities dealers, to clearing house, depositors, everything it gives. Okay, SWIFT. Okay, it was founded in which year? 1973. 1973. 1973. Okay. Now, what is the effect if any country is taken off the SWIFT platform? They will not be able to make any foreign payment or receive any foreign payment. Means exports and imports from that country may become almost impossible. Clear that? Point number one. Okay. Point number two. Domestic investors may get basically apprehensive that if we invest, maybe we may lose our funds because there is no foreign investment, no foreign trade. Tomorrow there might be financial crisis in the country. So domestic investments also reduces. Domestic investment will be hit. Okay. Now, another after SWIFT, another initiative which is in news, CSR2. CSR2. It is corporate social responsibility, the second version. Okay, corporate social responsibility. What is corporate social responsibility?
The corporates have to spend 2% of their profits.
Profit of how much? How much time?
For preceding 3 years.
Yeah. Corporate social responsibility. Basically, this is a provision for the corporates. Preceding 3 years profit, you have to spend 2% of that profit for some social work, for some social responsibility like funding some green projects or women empowerment or something like you can do for the differently abled, for the children, for the old age people. for skill development for social causes. Clear that? Now we have decided to bring a newer version of this corporate social responsibility in in the form of CSR 2, corporate social responsibility 2. Now what are the main features of CSR 2? It will be, there is upgradation. First of all, there will be upgradation of the records. Upgradation of technology and records. Upgradation of technology and records. Okay. Then details. Some corporates without any actual investment show that we have spent this much here. There was no project details. Here in this upgraded CSR 2, you have to give complete project details. If you invested this much money, what was the purpose, what was the outcome, what is actual presence, means verifiable investment, verification of the investments. Verification of investments. Verification of the investments. Verification of the investments. Okay. Then Corporate Affairs Ministry is the nodal ministry which deals with corporate social responsibility. It has been asked to draft a proper policy framework for the corporate social responsibility. Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Ministry of Corporate Affairs to draft a policy. Ministry of Corporate Affairs to draft a policy. Okay.
Sir, can they claim this as tax? Can they claim this as tax deduction?
Yeah, it is untaxable. CSR does not come under the. This is basically included in the tax deductions. Yes. Okay. Then next is last point under CSR 2 is basically to add more features which will lead to the compliance. Okay. To increase compliance of by corporates. To increase compliance by corporates. To increase compliance by the corporates. To increase compliance by corporates. Okay. Why do we need to bring this corporate social responsibility? Because in 2021-2022 there was a significant decline. Earlier around 24,689 crores were invested by the corporates, at least on paper 24,600, around 25,000. Okay, but this year only around 9,000. Okay, at least 1/3 decline in the CSR amount, investment on the social issues during the pandemic year. Okay, and also 93% decline in 93% decline was witnessed. 93% decline in CSR activities. CSR activities. 93% decline was witnessed in CSR activities. Clear? %93 decline was witnessed in the CSR activities. Clear that? So therefore, this CSR is basically now being revamped as CSR 2. Okay. Now multimodal logistic parks. Multimodal logistic parks. This was also in budget, mentioned in budget also. Multimodal logistic parks. See, why we have focused more on logistics? Why PM Gati Shakti? Because in rest of the world, logistic costs only 8% of the GDP. Okay, India nearly double, 14%. Okay, in India, so you can write multimodal logistic parks. Multimodal logistic parks. See, there is a term in budget also. Logistic parks. Understand the term, first of all, understand the term green shoot. Huh? Green shoot. Green shoot. This term is mentioned in budget. I am expecting a question. You see those terms which are apparently something different, but actually something different. Okay, which of the recently the term green shoot is seen in news. Which of the following statement describes it? Huh? It is enhancing the forest cover. Okay, number one. Number two, it is enhancing the carbon sequestration, carbon sinking. Okay, number three, it is promotion of green technology. Number four, it signifies economic growth. Okay, the first thing which you will eliminate here is economic growth. Clear that? But the answer is economic growth. Clear that? Economic growth because of reducing the logistic expenditure and other expenditures in the economy is called green shoot. Clear that? So shoot means push in the economic activity and economic growth. It is not root and shoot that shoot upper part the greenery, and green is nothing related to eco-friendliness. Clear that? So green shoot term I expect a question, reason being it is very misleading. Apparently it is something different, but actual meaning is something different. Clear? Logistic parks. So recently we have decided to set up 4 logistic parks, 4 logistic parks at different locations in the country. In PPP model, 4 logistic parks are decided in PPP model in the year 2022-2023. 2022-2023. Clear? Okay. Ministry of Road, Transport and Highways will be the main nodal ministry for these maintenance of these logistic parks. Okay, and government has invited Asian Development Bank to provide necessary support. Means another question, which financial institution we are seeking cooperation for implementation of multimodal logistic parks. Multimodal logistic parks. Okay. Now what is this logistics? It is not only transport. Understand, logistics starts right from the taking the product from the producer. It's storage, then it's warehousing, it's packaging, it's labeling, the record keeping, then it's transportation, then it's distribution, and everything. Transport is one part of it. Clear that? So logistic is basically a pronged concept. Okay, logistics. Okay, now. What are the main features on which these logistic parks will rest? Okay, the first one is basically process efficiency. Process efficiency. Record keeping, collection, everything will be technology enabled. This will bring process efficiency. Process efficiency. Okay, the second is value addition. Value addition by packaging, preserving and enhancing the durability. Okay, clear? Then we will also produce some extra revenues. Extra revenues by refining and labeling. Then we will also prevent a lot of wastage, and we will also bring a lot of we will also save a lot of money by bringing down the logistic cost. Logistic cost. Bringing down the logistic cost. Logistic cost. Next is UPI, Unified Payment Interface. Next thing which we have seen in news is Unified Payment Interface, UPI. UPI. Unified Payment Interface. What is Unified Payment Interface? UPI. What is Unified Payment Interface? It is the system in which basically multiple bank accounts will be basically unified into one single mobile application. Okay, you have an account in SBI, you have an account. Beam was one such example. Clear that? But that was basically a pilot project. Okay, now basically the National Payments Corporation of India has basically decided that India, it has given permission to Nepal to use India's UPI. Okay, Nepal is the first country to get access to the India's Unified Payment Interface. Okay, so first of all, write down the definition of Unified Payment Interface. Yes, Unified Payment Interface. It is a system that powers. It is a system that powers multiple bank accounts. It is a system that powers multiple bank accounts into a single mobile application. Into a single mobile application. Into a single mobile application. Single mobile application. Okay. So National Payments Corporation of India is the nodal agency for it, okay, and it has announced that Nepal will be first country which will be having access to India's UPI. Okay, so this was the news of which you may get the question. Yesterday I told you about core banking solutions. Bheem, Google Pay, so many, that is our UPI ID. We are using ID. Interface is developed by National Payment Corporation of India, which facilitates the use of that ID. Clear that? Suppose you are having an account in State Bank of India, but UPI services is given by ICICI. That's why with the username, you'll get @ICICI. Okay, @ICICI or some other bank's name. Okay, that is basically the bank which is providing you the UPI services. Clear that? UPI ID is for individual. Services interface is basically the platform on which your ID works. Clear? So the platform will be used by Nepal people also now. Okay, UPI. So yesterday I told you about core banking solutions being introduced at post office banks also. Okay. Now green financing framework. Green financing framework announced in Economic Survey of 2022. Green finance framework. Green finance framework. Okay. See, basically it is related to climate change and curbing the climate change. We have to focus on financing those projects which are eco-friendly. Green financing framework, GFF. Green financing framework. Okay. It includes clean energy projects. Clean energy. It includes energy efficient projects. It includes energy efficient projects, and it also includes clean transportation. Clean transportation. Okay, clean transportation. Sustainable waste management. Sustainable waste management. Sustainable waste management. Sustainable waste management. And also sustainable water management. Sustainable water management. Sustainable water management. Okay. Main focus is to address the challenge of sustainable economic growth. main challenge for green finance is sustainable economic growth. To address the issue of sustainable economic growth, we want to promote sustainable economic growth in our country. Okay, sustainable economic growth. Okay. Okay. Now, after this, next is ombuds, OMBUD, ombud person. Ombud person. Ombuds person application. It is an application, ombuds person. Okay. I am sure that someone from JNU might have developed this application. Otherwise, it would have also been ombudsman. Okay. But now the man concept is basically fading away to these feminists, and it is ombuds person. Why ombudsman? Why not ombudswoman? Okay. So let us consider it ombuds person. You get this point, huh? Ombuds person application has been developed by Ministry of Rural Development. First question for prelims. For what purpose? Ombuds person.
Grievance redressal.
Obviously it is ombuds, so it will be grievance redressal. Okay, but grievance redressal for which program? Because Ministry of Rural Development is implementing n number of programs ranging from MG Narega, PMAY, SBM, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, Swachh Bharat Mission Rural. Okay, then Jal Jeevan Mission. No, Jal Jeevan Mission is under Ministry of Jal Shakti, huh? But Rural Development Ministry is Panchayati Raj related all the initiatives. So which initiative will be tracked here, huh? The people have criticized MG Narega as the biggest program for employment, but at the same time it is considered as the biggest scope, having highest scope of corruption, because huge amount of funds are allocated to this program. So now Ombuds Person app will be tracking the issues related to MG Narega. MG Narega. Related to smooth reporting and grievance redressal. Smooth reporting and grievance redressal. Now, one of the finest thing which I found in this year's budget, on one day I found it, on second day major event happened in Uttarakhand. Huh? On the lines of Sagarmala, Bharatmala, we have now the Parvatmala project. We have now the Parvatmala project, an safe and alternate transport network. Huh? Safe word was criticized the very next day. Uttarakhand, that ropeway incident. Clear that? Huh? So it is basically pronounced, it was announced in 2022-2023 budget. Announced in 2022-2023 budget. Okay? And it is known with the name of Parvatmala, National Ropeway Development Program. Parvatmala is National Ropeway Development Program. National Ropeway Development Program, Parvatmala. National Ropeway Development Program. You require only technology. Very less fuel required, no petrol, diesel required. Okay, so it is also considered as sustainable mode of transport. Sustainable mode of transport, because constructing road in hilly areas is not ecologically that much feasible. It is not financially viable also. Lot of earth cutting, lot of destruction of forest, natural vegetation, rather than connect two hilly areas through the ropeways. Clear that? So that in the morning someone will take the produce and sell it at the other place through the ropeway, and in the evening return back home with handsome amount of money. Clear that? So it will also improve. It will which states are focused mostly presently? Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Manipur, Jammu Kashmir and the northeastern states. Okay, these are the states, particularly Himalayan states. Okay. See, these, whenever new initiatives are initiated, they are governed by Government of India Allocation of Business Rules of 1961. Okay. Now, when this activity was taken, Parvatmala activity, it was there were a lot of questions. Whom should we give? Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, or Ministry of Rural Development, or Ministry of Transport, Roads, and then that allocation of business rules 1961 Government of India were amended, and this subject was given to Ministry of Road, Transport and Highways, MORTH, Ministry of Road, Transport and Highways. Okay. Okay. Very low land acquisition cost, benefits of ropeways I am telling you, low land acquisition cost, faster movements, okay, eco-friendly, and last mile connectivity, okay, where you cannot go by bus, cycle, train, airplane, you can go by ropeway. Clear that? Okay. Now, what are the advantages? Sorry, disadvantages. Disadvantages is basically the risks involved, technological, we don't have that infrastructural development, technological expertise. Okay, so these are some of the risks which are there in the ropeways. Okay. Purple revolution is related to what? Yes, can you tell me? Purple revolution. Purple revolution is also called as lavender revolution. It is related to lavender. Purple revolution or lavender revolution. It was launched by Ministry of Science and Technology. Okay, Ministry of Science, Science and Technology. Lavender cultivation in lavender is basically a flower family से belong करता है ये crop. Flower family से majorly used for medicinal use as well as making of these perfumes and fragrances. Clear? Aesthetic items. Okay. So basically lavender revolution is being implemented in J&K, and it is also called purple revolution due to color of the flower. Okay. Purple revolution. Purple revolution. Okay. Almost barring 2 districts of the all the 22 districts of Jammu and Kashmir, 20 districts of Jammu and Kashmir UT. When it was a state, there were 22 districts. Now there are only 20 districts in the UT. 2 districts, Ladakh and Leh, gone to UT of Ladakh. Clear that? Okay. Now lavender being a crop native to Europe, okay, India has very less exposure to this crop, but now we have started purple revolution. Okay. We want to bring a transformative change in aroma sector, aroma, fragrance sector. Clear that? Perfumes and other things will be made, also medicinal use this lavender has. Okay, so it is a part of that aroma revolution. It is a part of aroma mission. Aroma mission. Okay. Now, saffron bowl project. Saffron bowl project. What is this saffron bowl project? Saffron cultivation. We want to improve. We have identified 2 states in Northeast. Which 2 states? Yes, Meghalaya and Arunachal Pradesh. Okay, under the saffron bowl project. You can write it down. Prelims ke liye they are important. Saffron bowl project for cultivation of saffron. Under this project, 2 states are, various locations at 2 states are identified: Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya. Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya. Okay. Earlier again, the saffron bowl project was confined to Kashmir because majority of the saffron cultivated in Kashmir. Now we want to cultivate it in the northeastern region also. Okay, water taxi services. Water taxi. Which state has started this water taxi service? Maharashtra. Which two places connected by first water taxi service? Navi Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. Navi Mumbai, huh? Comfortable, time saving, tourism boosting, employment generation, major advantages of this, water taxi. Water taxi. Okay. Just write down NSFR. Net stable funding ratio. NSFR. Very, very important. NSFR. Net stable funding ratio. Net stable funding ratio. Do you know about Basel III? What is Basel III? These are banking regulations. Third edition of the banking regulations, which were finalized by BCBS, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, located in Switzerland under the aegis of BIS, Bank of International Settlements. Basics hai na? Under the Basel norms, this thing was discussed. Okay, net stable funding ratio was discussed under the Basel norms. So it is part of Basel III. It is a part of Basel III. Can any one of you tell me what is Basel norms? Net stable funding ratio. First of all, it might be related to enhancing the stability of the banks. Stability of the banks. Okay, means you have to keep more stable thing, less volatile things. Okay, under cash reserve ratio. Under cash reserve ratio, you keep government securities, or you keep gold, or you keep cash. Which one you keep maximum and which one you keep minimum? Cash maximum or minimum? Minimum. Cash minimum. Under statutory liquidity ratio. Highest government securities we keep. Okay, then gold, least cash. Under, did I tell you anything else? SLR. I told CRR. Cash reserve ratio, obviously we have to keep cash only. Under SLR, that's why you got confused. High on emotions. Okay, statutory liquidity ratio. We have to keep highest what? Government securities. We have to keep least what? Cash. This, under this national stable funding ratio, we have to enhance the cash reserves with the bank, and we have to reduce this. Why? Because it is considered as just like another commodity whose prices may increase or may decrease. Volatile commodity. We don't consider it anymore an asset under the NSFR. We consider it just like another commodity. So we have to enhance our cash holdings with the bank under the national stable, net stable funding ratio. Net stable funding ratio. You just write under this, gold is treated just like any other physically traded commodity. Gold is traded just like any other physically traded commodity. Physically traded commodity. Gold is treated just like another physically traded commodity. Physically traded commodity. And this makes obligatory for banks. This makes obligatory for banks to hold more cash, to match their gold exposure. To hold more cash to match their gold exposure as a buffer against adverse price moves. against adverse price moves. To hold gold as a buffer, to hold more cash, to match their gold exposure as a buffer against adverse price moves. Adverse price moves. Okay? Adverse price moves. Okay? It has been recently, since October 1st, it was supposed to come into effect. Okay? October 2021. Okay? There is a concept. Recently, the term digital Berlin Wall is in news. Which of the following agencies has used the term and in what context? Okay?
Regarding Eastern countries and Western countries.
Yeah, write down digital Berlin Wall. Okay? Digital Berlin Wall. Digital Berlin Wall. Berlin Wall. Okay? Clear? This will create a divide between rich and the poor world. Okay? Richer world which will use different technology and poorer world will be set aside because the technology will be costlier, non-affordable for the poor countries or which earlier used to be called as third world countries. Okay? And this digital term was used by director of International Monetary Fund. Okay? Digital Berlin Wall. Huh? So IMF used this term. Huh? IMF director. IMF director used this term. Because European Union, United States, China, all are basically switching to higher grades of technology, and the underdeveloping economies are not ready to switch to that. So there may be a digital divide. One part of the world with higher and sophisticated technology, another part of the world still basically struggling with the basic technological advancement. This is digital Berlin Wall. You may get a question, who has used the term digital Berlin Wall. Okay, clear? Now what I am going to give you at the last, a guaranteed one question. In last 5 minutes, guaranteed one question. World Bank, IMF and World Economic Forum. I'll tell you their reports. Every year you get a question on one report. Clear that? Last year was also there. There was a question. Okay, fine. So you just write. Now World Economic Forum. First of all you write World Economic Forum. Can you tell me what is this World Economic Forum? Is it an international financial institution?
Non-profit organization.
For majority of the people don't know that it is a not-for-profit organization. It is a not-for-profit organization, World Economic Forum. Okay. It wants to promote entrepreneurship for the global interest. Okay. Entrepreneurship promotion is the main objective of World Economic Forum. Okay. What are its major publications? Global Competitiveness Report. Yeah. Global Gender Gap Report. Global Cyber Security Outlook. Global Cyber Security Outlook. And Global Risk Report. Okay, I am expecting a question on Global Cyber Security Report. This is the latest one, which has been recently started, a year or 2 years back. Global Cyber Security Report. This is the expected question. Clear? One more, you just write one more publication, but it is of OECD, International Migration Outlook. Very much in news, you may get a question. International note, you just write a note and on side, International Migration Outlook, published by OECD. OECD. What is OECD? Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Okay? Economic progress and world trade promotion are the two objectives of this organization. It was set up somewhere in 1960s, 1961 precisely. Clear? Now another thing, you just write publication of World Bank. Publication of World Bank. Publication of World Bank. First of all, it discontinued one report, Ease of Doing Business report. So there is a chance who used to publish. Clear? Because it has discontinued this year. Ease of doing business report. World Bank. Clear? Other reports which it has been publishing, it is Global Economic Prospects. Yes. Global Economic Prospects. Then Global Financial Development Report. Global Financial Development Report. Global Financial Development Report. Then also World Development Report, WDR. World Development Report. Okay. World Development Report. Okay. Then IMF flagship publications, World Economic Outlook was a question of previous year, 2020. IMF publications of International Monetary Fund. Okay. First one, World Economic Outlook. World Economic Outlook. Okay. Then another one is Global Financial Stability Report, GFSR, Global Financial Stability Report. Then Fiscal Monitor. Fiscal Monitor. Stability Report. Global Financial Stability Report. Then there is Fiscal Monitor. Fiscal Monitor. Fiscal Monitor. And then there is External Sector Report. External Sector Report. Okay. Now, World Trade Organization. World Trade Organization. Its report is 2 reports only. World Trade Report, World Trade Monitor, or World Trade Report. One and the same thing. World Trade Report. Okay. Then World Trade Statistical Review, WTSR. World Trade Statistical Review. Okay. There are high chance that you may get a question from these 5-6 reports which I have given you. Clear? Otherwise the data of various indices already you know various indices,
Global multi-dimensional power payments.
Yeah?
Global multi-dimensional power payments. It is also
But it has not been a part of news. It is being published since long. Institution of Food Policy, United Nations Development Program, OPHI, Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative. Okay, so I have discussed it as a part of regular classes. Okay, and I have discussed how it is constructed, what weightage is given to various indicators. Okay, I have discussed very thoroughly. Okay, but that is a part of this general regular classes. You can update the rankings only. Okay, multidimensional poverty index. Okay, so right, one important thing which is in news, that is agreement on agriculture. Agreement on agriculture. Agriculture related topics mostly very important. Agreement on agriculture. Okay, what is this agreement on agriculture? Under WTO, this is an agreement among the member countries for fair competition among the member countries. Clear that? But recently our Minister of Industries and Commerce has given basically a statement. Has given a statement that this agreement on agriculture has a bias towards the developed countries, and it is against the developing countries. Okay, now these ministers don't think much about UPSC aspirants before giving any statement, because any of the statement they give, that becomes another problem for the current affairs teachers as well as the students of UPSC, aspirants of the UPSC. Okay, so why did he said so? He said because there are these developed countries which have already distorted a lot of trade, then you bring this agreement of agriculture, and under this you have these amber box, blue box, green box subsidies, and you have put limitations on various government that they should not give this much subsidies to their farmers or something. This distorts trade globally. Okay, now what are these subsidies, which are basically subsidies or fiscal support measures which are discussed under the agreement on agriculture? Okay, there are basically how many subsidies? There are just a second. Thank you. Okay. Now, it has discussed green box subsidies, then blue box subsidies, and then amber box subsidies. Amber box subsidies is just the name for differentiating them. Nothing to do with color. Okay, amber box subsidies. One more initiative is under this agreement on agriculture. Yes. Yeah, it is called as special and differential treatment box. S&D box. Special and differentiated treatment box. Special and differentiated treatment box subsidies. Green box, amber box, blue box, and now, whenever a country starts giving subsidies on agricultural commodities, it has international implications. Suppose we are giving subsidies on wheat. We are giving subsidies on production of wheat. Farmers will take huge wheat production. Okay, we will be very much surplus in wheat production, and we will start exporting wheat to different parts of the globe. Okay, and we will have ample production. We will start exporting at cheaper rates. Clear that? The countries which will have less surplus wheat, they will not sell their product at the cheaper rates. Means their product will go unsold. This has distorted trade globally. Okay, so on the basis of what is the impact on global trade, the subsidies and the fiscal measures given by various governments are categorized into these categories. Okay, first of all, the green box subsidies or green box measures. These are those measures which don't distort trade and which have no impact on trade. So therefore, WTO has not set any reduction commitment to any country. No, if there are trade distorting subsidies, WTO puts reduction limits. You have to reduce it. You have to give only 5% of your domestic support or 10%. Okay, but green box, no limit. Write down in green box. These measures are exempted. These measures are exempted. These measures are exempted from reduction commitments. Reduction commitments. Reduction commitments. Okay, and the green box measures are applicable to both developed and developing countries. Means both can increase these measures to any limit to increase the production. Clear that? Okay. Now amber box, next is amber box. All the measures which are supposedly going to distort trade or production are falling under the amber box. Okay, amber box. All the measures, including subsidies also, all the measures, domestic support measures, which lead to trade or production distortion, which lead to trade or production distortion, are called as amber box measures or amber box subsidies. umber box measures. Okay. Then World Bank has also fixed limits on umber box subsidies. Now, what are blue box subsidies?
These are the subsidies which are given to limit the production.
Yeah, umber box subsidies are just the blue box subsidies are just umber box subsidies, but they don't distort trade, rather they reduce the production. Clear that? You write umber box, blue box subsidies. They are the umber box subsidies which tend to limit the production, which tend to limit the production, tend to limit or reduce the production, tend to limit or reduce the production. Okay, now then there is last one. This is called special but differential treatment box. Okay, special. Why special? Because they are given only by developing countries. Okay, what is differential treatment? Means you give these subsidies not on the seeds, not on raw materials. You give these subsidies on technology. On technology, like tractors or like electric motors. You give subsidies on these things. Okay, irrigation pumps. Okay, so you write special but differential treatment box. They are also called investment subsidies. Investment subsidies. Subsidies which are basically investments. They are investment subsidies like subsidies given on technology upgradation, agricultural inputs, technology upgradation / agricultural inputs, etc. Agricultural inputs, etc. Agricultural inputs, etc. Okay. Agricultural inputs, etc. Yeah, it is only for developing countries. It is only for developing countries. Clear? So it has stated that this reduction norms, particularly in blue box subsidies and umber box subsidies. See, blue box is just like umber box. Whatever will be applicable to umber box provisions, these are the subsidies where limits are fixed. Okay, like 5% in developed countries and 10% in developing countries. Clear that? Then they say the size of the economy of developing countries is so big that the amount of 5% is more than the 10% of the developing countries. Base year 1968. Okay, so basically the amount of this 5% is much more than this 10% because of the size of the economy of the developing countries. Clear? So it has a bias. Revision is required here. Clear? This is what our Minister of Commerce and Industry wants. Okay, that's why I was forced to spend 10 to 15 minutes with you people. Okay, this is all what I can give you in the allotted time. So study well, do well. All the very best for the 5th June exam, and those who prepare thoroughly, who revise things thoroughly, they make it in the first attempt. Highest chance of making it to the finalist is in the second attempt. Okay, after third attempt onwards, chances decrease. Okay, but if you are very motivated person, if you are very much motivated, and if you miss the target marginally in first, second attempt, then third is also very good. Okay, so all the very best to all of you. Thank you.
So hope you all are doing well and ready for prelims. Writing this year? 5th June? Good. So I have designed this topic under 3 parts. One is my topic, that is history. Which area you should focus more based on last 10-year trend? You're getting this point? Second, from where? Now you have just less than 30 days. So what you can do in that 25, 26 days, whatever you studied, but from where you can revise. Third, on that day, that is D day, what you must do, what you should avoid. And that would be related to not only history, but overall GS minus CSAT. So based on all our experiences, those who make it, like in my university, we have around 250 students preparing for civil service every year in Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, where I am teaching and looking also their other aspects. So out of 250, 110 clear prelims every year since last 7 years. So the ratio is, you can see, more than 40%. Now there are institutions, of course, all over India where you can see out of 100, maybe 5, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe nil. Depends upon batches, depends upon how you were focused in those days and what you studied, because the quality of materials matters a lot. Maybe you have given your best, but you didn't get what was needed in terms of both quality and quantity. Now, in Indian history, as you know, there are 4 major areas, if I conventionally divide, from where they are asking questions in prelims. Firstly, you tell me, do you have any idea out of 100 questions, how many they are asking on an average, history and culture, right? Put together, because culture is not a separate part, it is a part of history. It's only a marketing strategy of some coaching institutions that they started teaching separately. Otherwise, like in our university and many other places, the department itself called history and culture. And all the part of art, architecture, music, dance, literature is an integral part of history. So just for the logistic reasons in the coaching institutions, they may be teaching separately. Otherwise, the classes should have been a part and parcel of history. Suppose if I am teaching ancient history, so I cannot escape architecture of ancient. I cannot escape sculptures, Gandhara art or Mathura art, or painting, or any works related to music in ancient period. Same is medieval period, because it is very much integral part of history. But still, if we go by common trend, 4 areas: modern history, ancient history, medieval history, and art and culture. Because in world history they are not going to ask, luckily. Any question? Now, do you have any idea out of 100 how much they are asking from history and culture put together? In the last 10 years, between 17 to 22, lowest 17, highest 22. So suppose we take an average, it would be around 18.5 question certainly coming from history and culture. Now, in my classes when we start, I tell that at least 14 you must do correct out of that 18 and 15. Because in some areas you have to do better than some other areas, because you may not be very good in, say, economics. Some may not be very good in science and tech, especially those students who are coming from arts background. So you have to rely on some strong areas right from the beginning. But since it is a competitive exam, so sometimes what happens that on a subject which you relied very much, you are not doing very well, and vice versa. So, first thing I want to explain to you so that you should have fair idea. This I prepared, took me more than 18 hours in a span of 10 days to prepare this, which I made it last year before the prelims for one of the coaching institution in Rajendra Nagar. And I added 21 also, but that PPT could not be added here. So, can you see this? 4 areas which I told: modern history, ancient history, medieval history. Okay, let me. So 4 areas. Now what I did, topics, can you see this? Art and crafts, architecture, dance, drama, festivals, literature, music, painting, performing arts and sculptures. So these are 10 topics, suppose, in art and culture. Now if you see, maximum questions came from which topic? Architecture, except 2020. And most likely in 21 also they ask questions on architecture. So, what is the conclusion you are going to make? You must prepare from architecture at any cost. Most likely they would ask question from architecture of ancient and medieval history. Why so? Because in UPSC what happens? The teachers who are framing the questions, since I have framed for one state, so they give last 10-year question and syllabus. So teachers have a mindset that what is already asked so regular, I must ask because it is important. Some teachers go out of the box, innovative, nothing asked, ever asked. They may ask, like you can see, drama. Not a single question asked in the last 10 years. So if I have to take risk, I would skip drama. But I cannot skip architecture. Now in some cases you have said invariables, like here in festivals, they have asked last time in 2010 and then in 2018 and 17, right? Sometime 3 questions in the same year. This means 3 questions in the same year. So this also you would see in many places. Like here you see 4 questions on architecture in 2014. So that means that if you have like 2 questions here, 2 questions here in arts and crafts, that means that if you are ignoring some topic, that means 4 questions all gone. Or all 4 questions you could have done it. And that is where the differences could be by 1 mark or 2 marks. I will give it to our officials and you can get it, this, so that you can analyze yourself. And you can also make yourself, not necessarily this year, but maybe for next time, how to analyze. This topic I made it, this is not anywhere in syllabus or in any book, because UPSC would just write art and culture, that's it. And they leave it to your imagination. What do you mean by art and culture? So since we are from the same field, so we know that it would definitely mean minimum 10. It may include 11th and 12th also, like when we say performing arts, like martial arts. So there are a lot of performing arts in different parts of India. So they do ask questions. So one of the favorite is painting also. Have you noticed that? One of the, of course, architecture is at top. But have you noticed in a sculpture, they have not asked a single question. So interesting that Gandhar, Mathura, Gupta. Can you think why? Actually, they asked thrice in the main exam. Now that is also a lead. that something which they are not asking in prelim, the same topic they can ask in main and vice versa. Now this is something you could have never imagined like that. UPSC thinks like that. Like in some current affairs economics, current affairs geography, environment, what they do, that a question which they ask in prelims, the same question they ask in main in more elaborative form. So sometime when you have seen UPSC like on 5th of June, so if you read question after 1 week, okay, with a fresh mind and think what could be the question in the main which was asked in the prelim. And you would be surprised, there would be at least 7-8 questions every year which they ask in the main and it was already asked in the prelims. You're getting my point? So that's the lead. This is all the work done by the Pandits of IAS Coaching Institution, long experiences sometime and those what is called brainstorming sessions. So we had a lot of groups in Delhi that after the prelims we would sit in the evening with all the papers and some of them would come live nowadays discussing the papers. So during that we learned all these things, that how it is interconnected, because something which is ongoing, say Russia and Ukraine war going on, and India's diplomatic move 2+2, India, Australia, India, Japan, and some question asked in the prelims and the same question elaborated in the main, because it is very much interconnected. Okay? So I hope you understood why they did not ask a sculpture. So such question, be ready for the main. Now modern history is in 2 slides. And again I have divided under, if you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4. One is India in 18th century, in which I gave you 3 names. Regional kingdoms. I hope you understand. Bengal, Awadh, Hyderabad, Mysore, etc. European factories, you know, that East India Company, French, Dutch, etc. Though we study in the class, I also teaches in everywhere. But when we see not a single question they ask in the last 10 years, so definitely I would not prepare this year, because I have little time, and especially in the last 3 months I would not focus on that area. So I would more focus on, say, economic policies, on in the second page you would see more that modern India is, now you see this one, point number 5 to 12. So that means the entire modern India is here. So it looks like Chandni Chowk, congested lane, or Charminar, congested lane, right? So have you noticed that one area where they have asked definitely is Gandhian phase of freedom struggle. And see how many questions, 3 here, 4 here, 3 here, 3 here. That means if you are good from Champaran to quit India, okay, and Gandhi at the center, so wherever Bapu was going, you just follow him, okay, from Champaran to Ahmedabad to Kheda to Dandi. And because they like, to me, they are very much obsessed with Mahatma Gandhi. That is very natural also for any historians and teachers. And I was surprised to see very few questions on revolutionary movement like Bhagat Singh, like others. Though on media and television and social media, I see nowadays more with Bhagat Singh picture and Subhash Chandra Bose and others. But maybe for historians, this is not very important. So again, I would skip. Reason is that if you study, it is scattered across modern history, some bomb blast here, some looting here, whereas in Gandhian movement it is organized. So if you read 4 chapters very seriously of any good books, lot of facts and concepts are very much there, right? If you can see famous personalities of modern India. Now that is one smart way of getting 2 things together. One, like last year they asked about Lala Lajpat Rai, and what they did, they just gave 3 statesmen and then they asked who was the gentleman. He traveled extensively in the Europe and America, he was involved in this movement, he wrote this book, and then It was like in Hindi we call Paheli Bujhana. You understand this? So like it was quizzing you. So advantage is that if you read say 100 personality, just go through. In my book I have given A to Z all great Indian nationalists from Abdul Ghaffar Khan A to Zakir Hussain Z. And for each one para. Now suppose Sarojini Naidu. So you are reading Sarojini Naidu, Nightingale of India. She was involved in this movement. Post-independence, she was holding this post. Suppose you are reading about Vivekanand. So Vivekanand visited this country, associated with this in one para. So what is the advantage? You are not only reading that person, but also the events of modern India. And if the question is from the event, you can answer with the help of personality. If the question is from personality, you can answer from the help of events. So that is how your one field of knowledge would help in the other field. That is the advantage of reading personalities. And as I told, there are certain guides in which you can read. But do not read more than half page on one personality. Try to get a material, like as I told in my book, I have written about 100 personalities, and this is all in hardly 20 pages. Less than that. Okay, so in one page you have 4. So it should be informative because you are not writing about their thoughts. That would be related to main exam about Gandhi, Nehru, Tagore, Ambedkar, and here you have to read 10 pages on one person, 20 pages on one person. In prelims, you just have to go through some important activities, books, some important statement if associated with that person, because they do ask about some statements and who had said it, this one. So this is, I hope, one area where you can see crown policies, acts and committees, very frequently asked. So 1773 to 1947, Indian Independence Act. Just bring it all in one page or one few pages and read it in one glance. Don't read it in installment, that you read Regulating Act today, 1935 Act after 1 week. So you would forget. So devote some say 5 hours exclusively on acts and see the relationship between one act and another act. For instance, Regulating Act, Pitt's India Act, Charter Act. There is a connection. You must have read that 4 executive council members, then 3 executive council members, then 4 executive council members in 1773, 1784 and 1833. There is a connection between 4 Charter Acts, 1793, 1813, 1833, 1853. So something which happened in 1833 might have been undone or done in 1833 Charter Act. Something which happened in 1919 Act, Government of India Act, might have been reversed in 1935 Act. Your diarchy was removed in 1935 Act. And in 1935 Act, the Dalit got reservation on the basis of Pune Pact. So this is the continuity. If you are preparing in one single day, you would not miss. A lot of committees the British had made in the field of education, in the field of administration, famine and other economic policies. What were the recommendations? Just try to get top 3 recommendations and you would get the answer. If they have 10 recommendations, I would suggest ignore the last 5. But read at least those first 3, because most likely they would frame the question from what is called top orders. Reason is this: UPSC and the teachers who are framing this question, they are aware that you are not a student of history. You are a B.Tech. You are other professionals. आप history मजबूरी में पढ़ रहे हो. You are forced to study. So they are not going to go into the details of history. So I have my own way of analogy. There are some highways question. There are certain state highways. There are certain district roads, and there are certain gali kuchas road, mohallas road. most question in GS would be highways and state highways, not Gali Kucha. That would be an optional paper. You're getting my point? Suppose on Gandhi, if they wish to ask in optional paper the same objective type question, then the question would be in Champaran, what happened out of the 4 events, and maybe all the 4 happened, all the 3 happened. In your GS, they would ask that arrange the chronological order of Gandhian movement, Champaran, Ahmedabad, Kheda, Rowlatt, Satyagraha. So this I would call highway question. Have you noticed? Every year at least 2 questions in history they are asking in just chronology. Which event happened first, which event happened second. Now sometimes the options which they give, it shows that the teacher wanted you that you do correctly. They are helping you. How? Rowlatt Act, non-cooperation movement, you're getting now? Then withdrawal of non-cooperation movement, Chauri Chaura incident, you remember this? And then Nehru committee report. This type of question means teacher is helping you. But still you are not doing correctly because you did not focus at the time of study. A teacher who wants to tease you, grill you, how would he ask? Rowlatt Act, Government of India Act, Jallianwala Bagh massacre and Congress session at Amritsar. All happened in 1919. You're getting my point? Now, your case is gone. It's very difficult that 9 out of the 10 students who are appearing would not do correctly. But I have seen very few such questions they ask like that. They would give gaps, 1 year, 2 years, which means the teacher is helping you and literally asking, "Arey, itna to bata do." At least tell like this. Even in interview, they sometimes give some clue if you forget. Ki itna to bata do. In the main, you can't do that. But in prelims and in interview, they are literally helping you that at least you should know that. So, one suggestion is that when you study these topics, in your mind, make a chronology. And especially events from 1917 to 47. And the more you go closer to independence, the more intense activities are happening. You getting? And 30s and 40s are 2 decades where I have seen they are definitely asking questions. 1930s and 1940s. So wherever you get 1930s and 40s for both pre and main exam, even for interview, these 2 decades are, in fact, they have asked already on 1920s 2 years back. If you have seen in the main exam, the political events of 1920s, because that was the decade in which you have a lot of what is called churning in Indian politics, Communist Party, Hindu Mahasabha active, Muslim League active, Congress in full swing, and revolutionaries active, and then British also were very much in reformative moods, etc. And by the turn we come to 30s and 40s, both at international level, Great Depression, Mussolini, Hitler, and then their impact in India. So this is the reason why these 3 decades are very crucial in Indian history, 1920s, 30s, and 40s. And of course, Dalit movement and entire Ambedkarites movement happened in these decades. So any teacher who is framing the question from modern history would check. That's the reason why Gandhian phase is dominating, because it is in those 3 decades, 20s, 30s and 40s, right? Early phase of freedom struggle. What does it mean? That 1857 to 1905 or 1910, okay? One is before Gandhi, one is from Gandhi and onwards. So that period is also very important because formation of Congress, first 4 session of Congress is very important. Then in all the Congress session, as in the classes also I tell that you have to make it smartly, first 4, last 4, all the women president. Luckily, there were only 3 women president. Why I'm saying luckily, because you don't have to remember too much. Otherwise, it was a bad luck, right? Tell me those 3 women presidents. Sarojini Naidu, Annie Besant, third one. Now this is where, because the first 2 you all know that. Third was Nalini Sen Gupta, and which session? 1932, right? So, point is, president, place, right? Year. But nowadays they are asking beyond that. Important resolutions like fundamental rights. In which session? 1931. So which fundamental rights they asked? And which was not part? Now you are gone. Have you noticed that? Was right to speech part of there or not? Right to form assembly part of not? You know, in Article 19 you have 6 freedoms. So whether all the 6 was there or not. So I would suggest go through that one. So resolutions in Congress sessions, major resolutions, not all. For instance, when did first time they talk about drain of wealth, in which Congress session? Yeah, Dadabhai Naoroji, but which session of the Congress, that is important, right? Like when did first time they chant Vande Mataram in Congress session? 1896, very good. Where and who was the president? Now I have this question, right? In the second and the third one, okay? So I hope you're getting this. I will give it to staff and you have to get it. Socio-religious reform movement. Only in the last few years, they are asking. Earlier they had ignored it. Okay, come to ancient history. Minus art and culture. Okay, so first Indus Valley. So there is no such question on a Stone Age. That is good news. Yeah, otherwise it could have been difficult. So one topic, can you see, is very frequently, that is Buddhism. So my guess is Buddhism and Jainism, if you see both together, 3 and 4 are regularly asked. So if I have to study ancient religion, I may skip Vedic because it was asked only 3 times. But my guess would be 3 ancient religion, Vedic, in which you have 2 religion, 2 sects rather, Vaishnavism, Shaivism. I hope you understand. Then Buddhism and Jainism. Always make sure that you are on a strong wicket on these 3, because these are our fountainhead for the main. In interview, they would ask various questions related to these 3. Then various sects, because they have asked questions on sects of Buddhism. I have not gone into the further detail what exactly the question, because that was not possible here. So within Buddhism there are sects, there are texts, there are councils, right? So that's how they are framing question, and most of the time I have seen they are not asking simple question that Buddha was born in Lumbini, or who was his mother and father and where he got. This is all nowadays they are asking in SSC, Bank PO, sometime in your state PCS. In UPSC what they are asking, soul is eternal. Soul dies along with the body. You getting my point? And then they are asking, it is a part of Buddhism, it is a part of Jainism, it is a part of both, it is a part of none. So that means unless you have read it thoroughly, thought it, you can't do that. So this is what I would suggest. Whatever you have read it, of course, had I met you earlier, I would have suggested the best chapter in one reading on Buddhism, Jainism and Vedic religion is a El Basham book, Wonder That Was India. Okay, available in the local market. If you get Xerox copy, put together these 3 religions would be in 20 pages, not more than that. But if that 20-page reading can ensure 2 questions with certainty, bura nahi hai na? This sauda bura nahi hai. This deal is very good deal, because they are asking A and B, once I read that, I am sure I can handle that question with great confidence, because they are not asking factual questions in most of the questions of history or culture. They are asking statements, conceptual, understanding. And of course, I will tell you how to handle that question shortly after this briefing. So I hope you understood that area where to focus. So if you ask me the area where I can avoid, say Mauryan history, if I want to avoid, I would not avoid their administration, like terminologies of Guptas and Mauryas. There are higher rank officers, middle rank, lower ranks, Samaharta, Sannidata, you must have read somewhere, Nyayadhish, right? What job he was looking in Mauryan time, in Gupta's time? So because it would take just half an hour to read administrative heads, and you can answer some of the questions related to this if it is asked. Though as I told that they have ignored other than one king which they asked in 2020. Now one area where they can ask in main science and technology, they have not asked. This is what I said, they have perhaps reserved it for main and they have asked already. Terminologies, they are asking questions. And these terminologies are related to few areas. One, administration and taxes of ancient time. One, religious terminologies of various faiths of ancient time. One terminology is related to technology of that period. Say there was a question Arhant, 3 or 4 years back they asked. So it's a wheel through which you lift the water for agriculture. So that was called Rahant or Arhant. There was a term asked that was Banjara, who were Banjaras in medieval time. So they were specific traders who were supplying grains from rural to urban area. So only trader would not be the correct one. Right, so sometimes two close options would be given, and what to do I will tell that part also. So terminology is one area of ancient and medieval from where you can get terminology easily. The last pages of the book, in the glossaries, in most good books you would get. So R.S. Sharma ancient history, Satish Chandra medieval history. Just go through those glossaries of say 50-70 words in ancient, 50-70 words medieval. So if you are reading 150 words, terms and meaning, just go through 2-3 times, have a glance. It may strike you, you may not remember all the time, all those terms. But the moment you see the 4 options, since you have read it, you have revised it, then it may come to your mind at that time. That is what the terminologies you should. Now if you ask me medieval, have you noticed that at the best 4 questions was asked in 2019. That was their maximum one. And before that 2 years, have you noticed? 17, 18, not a single question. I remember what happened when I was teaching. So many students in my class also told, sir medieval से question नहीं आता है, मत पढ़ाइए. मैंने कहा आ गया तो. So as teacher and as a part of our curriculum, we teach as per the syllabus and possibility. So we taught medieval also, including art and culture. And then when they asked these questions, they were shocked. You're getting my point, that it was not 1, not 2, but 4 questions they asked in 2019. So one golden rule, UPSC stands for Unpredictable Public Shock Commission. So it is very unpredictable in terms of areas, in terms of type of questions. And I remember when 150 question was asked before 2012. You remember that? In GS. and there was optional also for objective type. I hope you know that?
Yes, sir.
No. For 300 marks, optionals, 150 GS. So the story was this, it was somewhere around 2009 or 10, that in 1 year, out of 150, they asked 48 questions on current affairs, 102 traditional, what is called static, history, geography, economy, politics. So next year, coaching when it started, each coaching institution started exclusive class on current affairs. Teachers were hired but not easily available for current affairs. So I also took some classes on current affairs. I remember that we have to prepare a lot based on newspapers and magazines, etc. And each areas of those teachers preparing only for current affairs. And 60-70 hours classes in each coaching taught only on current affairs. Next year, only 2 questions came. And then everybody shocked. What to do? Last year 48, this year 2 questions. Because UPSC, I met many former members and chairperson because we are part of now mock interview board, including DP Agarwal, right? So what PC Hota Sahab, once a chairman in 2003 to 5, he told us that we want to outsmart the coaching institution. Then I said, sir, coaching are trying to outsmart you. You're getting now, because coaching institutions are hundreds, UPSC is one. Coaching institutions are thousands of teachers, you have few. Then I told that you pay very less, they pay very high. So their teachers are working very hard to crack all the questions. So in the main exam, there is hardly any question which we don't discuss in the classes. In the main exam. Almost 90% question are already taught in one or another coaching institutions, in good institution I'm talking. That means it is very predictable. And in interview, almost 80% questions which we ask in the mock, they do ask. You know the reason? We believe, वो सवाल पूछेगा कहाँ से? From where they would frame question? वो इतना नहीं पढ़ रहा है जितना हम पढ़ रहे हैं. Like Russia and Ukraine war going on. So when we train our students, from how many angles we ask the questions, I am sure they would never have thought, like we ask, what is the impact of Russia-Ukraine war in, think, in or on? No, India तो सब कर ही रहा है. In Africa. Are you getting now? Can you think? Africa is dependent on wheat from both Russia and Ukraine. Now India, if you stop supply anything, India would not die. Reason? We have food enough surplus. But Africa may die. Many African countries may die. Yemen may die, Somalia may die, Uganda may die. Am I right? If they don't have food supply for 6 months. So that is their direct impact. Our impact would be थोड़ा सा पैसा बढ़ गया, cost हो गया, वो रशिया से वैसे भी oil बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं आता इंडिया में. But because oil price is increased, Saudi Arabia and etc., so the impact would be in India more indirect rather than direct. So the point I'm making is that this exam is very predictable. Are you getting not? If you are not ready, that means your strategy was wrong. That is why your surprise and unpredictability comes, that oh my god, shocking, ye kaise ho gaya. So what I said कि last year 48 question, this year 2 question, you should have been ready for that. Again this year be ready. Suppose not a single question from history and culture then. Yes, very much possible. And suppose 40 question only from geography and environment. Be ready. Do you know in interview, I know personally many students, out of 30 minutes, 25 minutes talked only on one movie. Only one movie. And all the 4 members talking only on one movie. And the movie was Ardha Satya of Om Puri. His choice was IPS first. And the movie was on police. And each one had seen the movie, the boy also had seen the movie, and interview went very well. 25 minutes. I was just wondering, क्या खुशकिस्मत है यार, मुझसे कोई कहे बाहुबली पे 1 घंटा बोलना, मैं तो बोल दूंगा कि ये पहला पॉइंट ये है कि it is a fiction. Okay, there is no history and there was no Mahishmati kingdom, right? But it is beautifully made as far as the costumes and design it's concerned. So the point is, in interview half an hour में 25 मिनट एक टॉपिक पे हो सकता है. In the main, they can ask questions related to happenings in India and world, which any educated person and those who are in the thick and thin of civil service, they should know it. So if you are surprised, then actually I am surprised on your surprises. That why you are surprised? That how can you say that medieval India से एक भी question नहीं आएगा? So just because 2018 and 17 you said कोई question नहीं आया, so that means your vision was limited. That is why I brought 10 years. If I go further 20 years, that I have seen it, but I thought it will take too much time. So 10 years is a good time for analysis. For the main exam, 5 to 7 years good time. Don't go 10 years because then trends would fastly change. Okay? So I hope you understood the points which I wanted to tell through this, and I would suggest you get it from our staff, analyze yourself, and based on this, if you have to write next year, I wish you don't have to, then you can make plan for other subjects, eco, geography and other subjects. But first task is how you are making sub points of each is very important. So with the help of teachers you can do, like for instance, Delhi Sultanate is a topic between 13th to 16th century. So what I did, have you noticed under 3 major headings, kings, administrations and literature, because art is already part of art and culture, that I excluded. Now suppose in literature they ask about travelers, Fahiyan, Huensong, Ibn Battuta and various other Mughals, right? Now there is no such question so far about medieval travelers, but they had asked in ancient travelers, Fahiyan, Huensongs earlier. So my suggestion is make a list of all the travelers. And how to make it list? Name of travelers, then second, country from where he or she, well only he came, she to aayi nahi thi koi, hai na? He came. Third thing, the contemporary Indian ruler or kingdom. 4, place where he visited. 5, what he wrote about India. Okay? Or think innovatively. In Vijayanagar kingdom, which of the following travelers came? Now tell. Fahiyan. Vijayanagar. उस वक्त तो पैदा ही नहीं होता विजयनगर ना. Come on. Morocco. No, Morocco came in 13th century and Vijayanagar established in 14th century. Again, not possible. Vasco da Gama, 1498. Vijayanagar kingdom. Oh my God. You pray that they don't ask this question in your prelims, because the level of your preparation shows that you are not prepared the travelers so far, right? Okay, have you heard this Persian traveler Abdul Razak, Niccolo Conti? You heard it? Have you heard this Domingo Pace? Have you heard Duarte Barbosa? No. Domingo Pace and Duarte Barbosa came in the reign of Krishna Dev Raya. Niccolo Conti came in the reign of Dev Raya I. You getting now? Abdul Razak came in the reign of Dev Raya II. So they would ask name of king, match the following. Kingdom. No, this is something which is like doable. And you have to do, there is no other option. It is so simple. So if you are missing it, that means that you have not taken it seriously, or perhaps you were not told that this is important. They may ask any time. If not asked last 5 years does not mean it can strike to any teacher. Like Ibn Battuta. There was a song on Ibn Battuta a few years back. You know that? So the teacher is also listening song. So he may think about Ibn Battuta and the question. So one clue of prelims is this. Any name in history which was in news recently, in the last 1 calendar year. Think about any person in India who were talked in public media and government in the last 1 year. V.D. Savarkar, very good. Madan Mohan Malviya. You know, BJP government has their own heroes, Congress government has their own heroes. But the point is that who is in limelight, coming out. Have you heard Azadi Ke Amrit Mahotsav? Now one surest way of guessing is that in the last 6 months, check it from the government website, that which freedom fighters are in the list. No, Subhash Chandra Bose, yaar, ye to hum log bachpan se jante. The point is that in Azadi Ke Amrit Mahotsav, we do not know many people. They may be a local hero and they may take directly from that list and frame a question. Now, if suppose 2 questions are asked from Azadi Ke Amrit Mahotsav and you do both correct, you would thank me and Modi ji because he started this Azadi Ke Amrit Mahotsav. This is a smart way of guessing the question. Like in the main exam, how to guess questions on important personality. Suppose somebody is having 150 years of his life, 200 years of events, like once there was 150th birthday of Maulana Azad. So they ask one question, Maulana Azad. Now suppose something happening 75th year, 150th year, 200 years, okay, of world event, India event, then the teacher is also aware about it. And he or she may ask question related to some important events which are happening in India and world, and that you can predict, okay? So I hope you understood the topic which you have to prepare on yourself in the remaining days. Now the question is from where? Right? This is not the time to tell anything to read new. That is the first golden rule. Because last 30 days, it's like countdown, as in the rocket, okay, 10, 9, 8, so you're countdowning. So the best solution is this, 2 very important solutions which we give, and this I'm telling you with all the experiences of teachers and students, because luckily we have some students. One student is from Kerala. In the last 3 prelims, he scored 153, 147, 149. Are you getting now? So I said, you're so good, why don't you take class? And I invited him in my university for a class. Generally, the class would have 50, 60 strength, rest would be in hostel and library. When I announced, 180 students came. The moment I said he scored this. So then I realized that how to sell a product, you're getting a nod, that students are not interested who the guy was, his roommate of someone, roaming in the campus, but the moment had I just announced his name, they would not have come. But I announced that he got 3 years, his name is Roshan, okay, from Kerala, writing again main unfortunately, so missing by 5-7 marks each time. And scoring in prelims, so confident. So I sat with him in the classroom full 2 hours and just wanted to check what he do, that he scores so well. And I'm sure if there is a ranking in India, he would be topper out of 200. Am I right or wrong? Very few would have scored 120 plus, but 147, 153 out of 200. In CSAT, I can understand, because that is purely based on your acquired knowledge. Here you have to get every day, and then the questions are not direct. Questions are very smartly designed of different subjects of history, geography, economy, etc. So I found some interesting trick he use. I can just give you one example which I learned from him. Okay? He said that each year when I read from 1 to 100 questions, okay, and suppose I do not know question number 9 and 11 and 13, right? So at that time I do not attempt. I do first I know. That I think we all do that. Am I right? Then he said, when I read all 100, then I realized that question number 59 and question number 11 had some connection. So I read it together and I found the answer of both. Can you imagine? Now this is very interesting and innovative way. The two different teachers might have made this question, but both related to something current economy or current government policies. So a smart mind who have read well got a clue, not answer, clue. And based on that clue, he got the answer of both this one and this one. And suddenly, he is 4 marks richer than others. And if you have done twice in 100, you are sure winner. Because the competition is like this, up to 90 out of 200 for general candidates, any serious candidates can do that. Serious candidates who have prepared whole 1 year with good coaching, etc. The competition is now between 90 to 95 and 95 to 100. There is no competition between 85 to 90. So whenever some students come to me, sir, I scored 85, I don't even look at him or her. Reason is that for me, it's like hundreds of students are doing. Thousands rather doing, because 5 lakh plus students are appearing. So if I minus the first 2 lakh non-serious who just went and came, right? Do you know that 10 lakh apply, 5 lakh appear? That shows how non-serious we are. That 10 lakh apply and 50% only attendance, because we conducted a lot of exams and it cost hugely to the government. You know how it cost? Because they arrange as per form. It is like you are inviting in a marriage party 1000 people and only 500 come. What would happen? Imagine. All the food wasted or not? So nowadays when we get a message, they also say, please confirm you are coming or not. Have you noticed this? So that may be because they are very particular about their money. Please confirm I am coming or not. In UPSC what happens? For each 35 students, 2 teachers. They have to arrange. If the teacher came, you have to pay. You have to hire a room, you have to pay. You have to hire other staff, you have to pay. Whether they came 1 or 0 or all full strength. So all the money of government is wasted or not by non-seriousness of 5 lakh students? So why did they fill the form? That is my first question. Right? And they fill it because women free, SC, ST free. So if they charge 500 rupees, I am sure that the form would drastically reduce from 10 lakh to 6 lakh. Still 1 lakh would not come, maybe for different reason. But the point is, first 2 lakh is non-serious or not in the race at all. Now the remaining 3 lakhs of different categories, say general category I am talking, 40,000 to 50,000 are very serious and very good also. And each one are like neck to neck. It is like FIFA World Cup, have you ever seen? 16 teams. They all qualified, beating hundreds of teams all over the world, 200 countries. So what happens when they reach to quarter-final stage, the last 8, then the match is like it is anybody's game. As small as Croatia can play final. Am I right? And as big as Brazil can be out. This exam is exactly like that. The last 20,000, the last 10,000, I'm talking general candidates, not reserve candidates, okay? They are so neck to neck that I know many students who was IPS last year, this year failed in Prelims. There is a girl right now training here in Hyderabad, her name is Garima Dhaya, okay? She got IPS in 2019. Okay, 2019 she got IPS. Wanted to write for IAS in 2020, failed in prelims. 2021 passed, now giving interview, and maybe in this month she would have her interview. And I know at least more than 50 candidates in the last 5 years who already are in the service, IRS, IPS or custom, etc., trying to improve, and twice they failed in the prelims. One candidate is Haris bin Zama. He failed twice in prelims after he got IPS. But finally I told him, okay, why you are wasting so much years, it's better you join. And now he is in Jharkhand and completed his training last year and now posted. So what I'm saying, a person who has passed by all the process, failing in the prelims, then I know at least 40 students in my campus are right now those who gave interview last year or last to last year and they also failed in prelims in 2021. Writing against prelims on 5th of June. Who are they? They are all those who are in bracket of 90 to 95, 95 to 100, because they have reached to a level where they can definitely get 90, but the real competition starts for general candidates above 90. And for each 1 mark from 90 to 91, 91 to 92, the struggle is like this. Have you ever seen Richter scale 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 in earthquake Richter scale? Do you know how it increased from 4 to 5? When I say Richter scale 5 and when I say Richter scale 6, so what is the difference between the two in terms of intensity between 5 and 6? Double, triple, 4, 10 times, 100 times, 10 times. From 5 to 6, intensity. And 6 to 7, 10 times. That is why each Richter scale rise, 10 times more devastation. You apply the same logic here. You get my point. For each question, your effort would be like, as you made efforts of getting 91, maybe the similar amount of effort, if not exactly at least 80% amount to get just 2 more marks. Just to get 2 more marks. That's the reason they fail. That's the reason they are still neck to neck. And I know, interestingly, one very interesting case is that some of the toppers in top 10, top 20, when I asked your marks in prelims, I was shocked. Oh my God, you were at borderline. Had you just missed this, forget topper, tum to main hi nahi likhte. You know Tina Davi? Okay, so there is a Khan studies student group where we were teaching earlier. So she was in first or second year when she would attend the class. When she passed, her prelims score was 93. You get my point? She is a C category candidate. The cutoff marks for general candidate for prelims at that year was 95. And she got 93. So because she belongs to SC category, she passed prelims and she was very good in main and decent in interview, not very good, because 5 of my students got 200 plus, she goes 193. So point is, decent in interview, very good in political science, GS, essay, she topped. But imagine had she been a general candidate, gone, not even prelims. So there is a girl, she is right now IRS in Calcutta. Her story is that 3 times she failed prelims. First 3 times in my own university, studied in mass comm and English. So then she decided to drop this idea of writing IAS. Joined Telegraph, a very good newspaper in Calcutta. Then her mother came to me and told, it's a matter of 2011, 12 years, that we want her to write, she is not ready, you please tell her she may listen you. I said I tried, but she is not ready because her complaint is that prelims is a foolish exam and I can never crack it. I am good in main, I can crack it. Her optional was English literature, right? So I said, maybe your strategy is not good. So why don't you do one thing, we sit together, 2-3 students, me, and then see the problem where you have. So out of insistence of her mother and me and one more teacher, she agreed to give one more attempt, not more than that, right? Because some people have better options in life in general. She is a good journalist, so she wanted to explore there. Anyhow, she wrote. And she realized there was some area which she was neglecting, particularly economics and environment. And a lot of questions comes from that area. So she worked on that. She cleared prelims. And I knew that the moment she would clear main and interview also. Very much sure. English literature. She cleared main, came for mock interviews, right? Then one chairman who was former ambassador, Mahesh Sachdeva, one CBI special director, K. Salim Ali, IPS, and one more former UP Public Service Commission chairman, and me. We were sitting, gave very wonderful interview. Then they all suggested, okay, she is very good, but you please advise her one thing when she went, that do not go in hijab. She was in hijab. You know hijab? Nowadays a big issue, international issue, right? And she's a Bohra Muslim. It's a subset of Muslims, very colorful hijab she wears, right? So I said, sir, I can't tell because I know it is unethical. Second, I know her since last 3 years. I have never seen her without burqa ever in the campus. So how can she do that? So I would not tell. And each of the 3 were convinced, no, if you tell going without burqa, she would get better marks. So they have also this mindset because they may think very orthodox person and you are not adjustable, etc. Anyhow, she went to UPSC and they asked question on burqa. Are you getting? And it was 2013 batch. She cleared. You can see her interview on YouTube also. And they asked the question on burqa that would not it impact your work? How do you see that? And she said, the Prime Minister at that time was Dr. Manmohan Singh. She said, our Honorable Prime Minister wear turban. Our leader of opposition, BJP leaders, wear saffron. That is their identity. This is my identity. That was enough. You get my point or not? So they asked this to check your confidence. Whatever you do, whatever you are, how confident you are. You know, she got to 20 in interview. I've never seen, at least in last 20 years, anybody got to 20. Out of 275. How much? 80%. She got 107 rank overall because her optional was not as good in English. Because English literature, very difficult to get good marks. So she chose after IAS, IRS. Not IPS, not Foreign Service. So right now she is in Revenue Service in Calcutta. So yesterday she was chatting with me, so I saw her, picture, DP what you call. So the picture is, again, it reminded me the same thing which that Mahesh Sachdeva Sahab was talking to me, that please tell her to remove her burqa. And there's a picture. She is in office, Calcutta, with the same burqa. Can you see that? So what she said and what she is doing from 2013 to 22 now, and she is now Deputy Commissioner in Calcutta, is very correct. So that means UPSC was judging correctly. UPSC is very honest, very professional. This is what I wanted to tell, that how this exam once you cross a level, the real competition is between this 40,000. And they are very neck to neck. She failed thrice in Prelims. That means she was very good student, but somehow not very good in Prelims. That is why in the very first interview, she passed that. So biggest slippery ground in UPSC is Prelims. Second biggest is interview. That of course we will talk later on, because in interview the marks which UPSC is giving 45 to 75% in the bracket. And some very brilliant student I saw, they got 130, 140, 110, 120. There is a boy here, now he's IAS in Telangana, Muzammil. His father was IPS, DGP of your Telangana, Mr. Khan, AK Khan. So Muzammil I interviewed here when he was IRS, and then he went to Delhi, and in our mock also he was there. So our board gave him 210. Each of us individually gives. So I remember I gave him 210. One of my senior gave 205. In UPSC he got 215. You getting? And then of course he got IS, proper IS. So there is a girl called Shreya Singhal, right, last year. And we all gave her 200 and she got 201. Right? She is an IS training right now in Missouri. So the point is this, that on what basis we know that you are going to get 45% or 75%. That of course is also very interesting. We will take some class on personality development part. But here what you have to be little bit cautious, I would say, that Prelims is the most dicey. Even Muzammil, even Zainab, even Shreya, they all had failed or struggled. You getting now? And many students after passing IPS tried twice, could not clear, they joined IPS. So why I am telling you is because they did some mistakes despite having their knowledge. Because once they pass, that means they have knowledge. So now I am coming to that part, how with the existing knowledge on that day you perform better. 4 marks extra, 5 marks extra, so that you don't have to, regret that I wish I could have done that or I could have done this one. Because in the next 25 days, the first rule is, whether it is history or any part of your GS, is stop reading anything new. Including, I would say, stop reading newspaper. Questions have already been prepared 1 month back. You agree now? Because it takes time. Teachers have made it, then reviewed, then printed, then logistically you have to supply it. So, if somebody want to be 100% sure, then just 20 days before the exam, so if the exam is on 5th of June, 20 days before kaun sa date hoga? 15th of May. So last you read of 14th of May and then stop. Are you reading newspaper today? How many hours? 1 or 2? So if you save that 2 hours, this is the point that from 90 you can do 92. Because that time you are going to use where? Now you are going to revise. And revise each of your notes which you have prepared minimum 3 times. Each of your notes. Right from first day of your note of any coaching, any material, just revise, but make sure 3 times. This I am telling you from all those successful students who have crossed 95 and every year crossing 100 plus, including that boy Roshan, who are getting 140 plus easily. Of course, he also has to do the same formula, because it's not like guaranteed that he would get next year also 100 and 40. But of course, somebody who has reached 120, all he or she has to do is just basic homeworks, because they would easily cross 120 plus. So revise at least 3 times. Third important thing is at least 3 full length test series. In this period, you must do that. And what is important, 3 full length from 3 different institutions. Now you understand why. Nowadays, it is available, free available. So I would not suggest you to purchase. Some of your friend has purchased, you get it. Question, and then you can get it, answer key. So 3 full length tests. Now suppose 1 full length test in a coaching is 4. So 4 into 3, 12 tests of 100 each. You have practiced. Now what is the advantage? Good coaching institutions, which is, I would prefer, my personal preference is, you may have your own personal preference, Rajendra Nagar. This is Makkah of IAS Coaching. The top coaching institutes are sitting in Rajendra Nagar. So I had a class yesterday, mock I'm taking in Rajendra Nagar. I would not name the coaching right now, sitting in analog, not good. Are you getting now? It is like you went to Domino's and asking the address of Pizza Hut. Okay, this is very unethical business. So my point is that any top institutions of Rajendra Nagar, if you get 3 tests, 3 into 4 equal to 12. So what is the advantage? In 1200 questions you got? You are getting now 1200 questions of each subject, history, geography, economy, science, tech, current, environment, etc., etc. Then each of them are also giving answers and explanation. So when you read explanation, in explanation itself you would get 2-3 points. I hope you're getting. So one question would make you richer 5 facts, 3 concepts. So it would not be only 1200. It would be like 12 into 3, 12 into 4, because the type of questions which they have framed, and because the way they have given explanation, and since you have read it and revised it, so this is only fruitful for those who have done the basic homework, and I presume you have done it. This is just last 20 days, 25 days exercise. So revision at least thrice, whatever you have read it, and then what I said, full length test at least from 3 institutions, 4, because some of them are offering 8 tests, 7 tests, 10 tests, but instead of taking 8 from one institution, I would prefer 4 from one, 4 from another, 4 from another. Reason, in each coaching centers, for making one full length questions, they involve 10 to 12 brain. And these brains are active brain, used brain, not unused brain, right? And many of them have cracked this exam, some of them who failed in prelims. You're getting my point? But IPS, but IRS, since they live in Delhi, so many of them had made it as a source of temporary income also. I have also used many such students because they're very good at current affairs, they're very good in collecting some of the informations from various sources. So these 12 people in one coaching, 3 coaching, 36 mind. Actually, you are reading. UPSC is also using the same trick, that for 100 questions, they are using 20 minds. So now you are surpassing because you are using 30 plus mind. This is a mind game. So suppose if somebody is framing question on science and technology, in UPSC there are 4 and in coaching we have 8, and they are teachers and they are some young boys and girls. So on science and technology, what defense equipments India has bought recently, with what features? They would give it in your questionnaire in explanation. And what the teachers are doing and thinking, after all, for them also the same Hindu, same Indian Express, same YouTube, same material, and since many of them are 50 plus, they are lazy, they are not as hardworking as these 20 plus, 30 plus teachers. That is also a reality. That is why I said that their questions can be predictable despite the fact that they involve a lot of people from India, across the India, but since it is current based exam, whether economy current based, geography current based, even many parts of history are current based. Like I told you, something is in news and then they ask from history. So anybody who is having a good eyes in the newspaper, in the media, they can take and frame questions from that one, and that was these people are doing. So I hope you would understand that this test would definitely help. The two things you have to do in the next 25 days, revise 3 times. First thing I said, you don't read anything new, any new material, because some of your friend may forward you, ye bhi padh lo, wo bhi padh lo. Some coaching may give you, that is, allurement. But that was very deadly in the last few days. Second, make sure you have at least this much of full length test from 3 different, and my preference is Rajendra Nagar. You have your own choices wherever you get it. Now, this is about next 25 days. Last 24 hours, and that 2 hours, which is the day. And I am leaving CSAT part, that is your other teacher would help. Few do's and don'ts, because I have seen many students, they did some foolish thing because of which they failed in the prelims. The candidate was good because previous year he passed or she passed, this year she failed, not because of lack of knowledge, but because she did not sleep whole night and gone, pakka gone. कुछ एक fear होता है ना एग्जाम का, आज तो रात भर जागेंगे, जैसे शादी में लोग जाग जाते हैं, तो ठीक है शादी में जागें, फेस्टिवल में भी जाग जाते हैं, उसमें भी ठीक है, एग्जाम में जागना सबसे बड़ा बेवकूफ़ी है. And especially you would feel this more in second paper, post noon. You get my point? You would definitely feel doziness, and that paper is all about alertness, IQ. So fresh mind and sound sleep are very interconnected. You all know it, I know it. But I am just reminding you because out of anxiety, some people study till 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Our formula is, and I am telling you from my students who are clearing prelims with great confidence, 250, out of which 100 are passing every year. And this year also I am sure 100 plus, and you can check it from Srikanth Sir, or you can get it in the media also, right? So, what they do, many of our students, because we told right from the beginning, कि अब पढ़ाई खत्म, stop your reading. And you know, when 24 hours before exam, don't read anything, watch cinema. Right? You may be wondering, ये क्या बात हुई, इतना एग्जाम है आप सिनेमा देखने बोल रहे हो. A, what you would read in the last 24 hours would never come. पक्का वो आएगा ही नहीं, सही है ना. B, if your mind is not fresh, because each question requires alertness and attention, then the heaviness and drowsiness would impact. Even like in cricket, if your confidence is low, you cannot play even full toss delivery. And if your confidence is high, you can play Yorker delivery. Exactly here, that is about the confidence. I hope you understood. Third thing, on that day, exam day, never take heavy meal. Okay? Take lightest possible, best is fruits and juice. Okay? Now you must be wondering कि मैं हिस्ट्री का टीचर हूँ या मेडिकल साइंस का. right? But since our target is actually to make sure a student he came in the campus, जब बाहर जाए तो वो IAS, IPS, PCS कुछ तो बन के जाए, और वो सिर्फ ऐसे नहीं होता है. It's overall things like somebody fallen sick, God forbid, gone on that day. Like in Delhi, there is a heat, May, huge. And I know many students, because of the heat, they could not perform. It's very natural, like Kashmiri boy came all the way from extreme cold, never lived outside Kashmir in the life, and now suddenly in the April and May, he or she failed. Oh my God, I know many candidates who left Delhi in the month of April, wrote prelims from Valley, came in the main in September to write it again. I know many students from Tamil Nadu and deep south, when they come in December, they were never prepared for extreme cold, -1, 2, 5, 7, whole day maximum was 12 degree and minimum was 4. And they were never actually accustomed. Okay, you can survive, but the point is, with this temperature, can you study 12 hours? That was the more challenging part. But those who are accustomed, they are easily, like for us, it hardly matters whether it is 2 degree or right now 47 degree. So between 2 to 47 degree, we have no problem. But those who are from Kashmir and south, they have a problem in places like north. So what is the suggestion? That make sure you are physically and mentally fit on that day, 24 hours. Never do any silly thing. Don't eat golgappes. Okay, that is also very dangerous, that what food you are taking, it's a huge risk. Taking ice cream, golgappe, it is like a big singer performing on the stage, and 24 hours, just watch it, what they eat. They never take any such foolish food. Whether I read interviews of Lata Mangeshkar to Asha Bhosle to great Ghulam Ali, and they were very disciplined in their food and drink because they have to live perform on the stage. You don't have to perform, but sore throat or any problem in your body, because that 4 hours make sure are you fully physically and mentally alert or not is going to make a huge difference in your performance. So why to take this kind of risk, etc., right? I hope you understood it and don't take it as just like a casual thing. Now, come to paper. I'm talking GS. Now, not only history. 2 hours. You have 1 to 100. You got section C or any section. And the first question is related to ancient philosophy. Happens or not? And the first 2-3 questions always raises your anxiety level very high. It's a very human nature. So one tip is this, just have a glance of 100, see your strong area. Suppose your strong area is polity. See where it is. Polity is 47 to 67. So I would suggest start with the polity. You're getting my point? This is not like you have to do that. Unlike in health, you have to do that. It is one of the suggestions. Many students have done it. Reason is that confidence. If you have done 7 correct out of 10, your confidence is very high. And now you come to serial wise 1 to 100. Okay? Because don't do it on every part of your GS. Only where I said you have the strongest strength part of your subject in which you're very confident. Suppose you're very confident on environment. Some students are very confident, they know that out of 12 I can do it 11. Out of 10. They're so good, I know that. So why not you start from that? Because they would generally give in sequence. All the questions related to environment in sequence, all the questions related to polity in sequence. Only in sub-questions the sequence may change. So why don't you do that? That area where you have the strongest, you start with that. And then you come to the 1 to 100 format. Okay? So this is just to raise your confidence level. Another important suggestions we give is this, that read questions at least twice and find out in the question some keywords. Because in the questions, one is English and one is the keyword. The sentences would be long, but these sentences is of a language. But from the subject, what is the keyword? And try to decode keyword without looking options. Then something would come in your mind. And most likely, in psychology, it is said, your first thought comes which is in your subconscious mind. Long back you studied, long back you heard. So if it is striking in first instance, and that first thought is here, most likely answer is this. Not always. If you don't know the correct answer, because the first thought came to this one. I hope you're getting, like, just giving an example. Give me blood, I will give you freedom. First thought came, Subhash Chandra Bose. Do or die. First thought came, Mahatma Gandhi. I know that you all would do that. Now see the next question. Shiv is Jiv, Jiv is Shiv. Yeah? Lord. How a Lord English would believe in Shiv? No. How Lord Linlithgow or any English Governor General would believe in Shiv. Shiv, you know that. अपना इंडिया वाला शिव. इंग्लैंड में शिव नहीं होता है. होता है क्या? फिर अब ये जो पढ़ा, I'm just giving an example. So if a thought is not coming to your mind after reading this, it means this never came across to you. कभी सुना ही नहीं आप. Am I right or wrong? You never heard it. That is why no name is coming. The moment I said give me blood, you got Subhash Chandra Bose. Okay, एक और अभी देता हूँ. Inqilab, Zindabad. So some thoughts are coming. Which thought? Bhagat Singh coming, but he is not the correct answer, right? The correct answer is, no, he is an Urdu poet. His name is Hasrat Mohani. But the point is that how to handle that such kind of question I will tell later. No thought is coming. Now I am giving you options. And how would you come to the right conclusion? You heard these names?
Yes.
Very popular names. Rabindranath Tagore, right? All are Indian, okay, not English. Now, you don't know. What you would do? Can you eliminate at least one? कि नहीं इसका तो नहीं हो सकता. On what basis? So Tagore was atheist. Gitanjali he wrote. You know Gitanjali, what is that? Offerings to gods and goddesses. That is Geet and Anjali, right? So, yeah. So whatever your logic, suppose you removed Rabindranath Tagore, you're sure कि नहीं इनका तो नहीं होगा. Okay, any other name you can remove? On what basis? No, because अरे विवेकानंद को तो इतना जानते हैं, अगर ये कहा होता तो पक्का जानते. You get my point or not? That's the logic. I heard so many things about Vivekanand. Had it been said by Vivekanand, I would have known it. किसी ना किसी ने WhatsApp पे भेज दिया होता अब तक कि ये लाइन विवेकानंद का है. Am I right or wrong? होता नहीं होता. तो दो मैंने exclude कर दिया. I excluded two. that these are not. So now am I going to take risk or not? Shall I attempt this question or not? Yes? And if goes wrong, then 1/3 deducted. So I would suggest you must take risk. Okay? This we call smart, calculated or intelligent risk. Okay? So, whatever logic you apply, whether Dayanand or Ramakrishna Paramahansa, my point is this, that suppose you have 20 such questions in which you could eliminate 2, but you don't know which 2 is now the answer. So what is the probability in statistics of your going correct? 50%. When you throw coin in the air, head and tail, what is the probability? You said head, what is the probability? 50%. If 10 times it goes head, now 11 times I am tossing, what is the probability head or tail? Is still 50% according to statistics rule. Are you getting now? So, I'm just giving you one interesting calculations. 10 right, 10 wrong. That is first possibility. How much you got net? How much you got net? Tell me. 20 minus 6.5, 20,
Nearly 13 months.
13.5 something, suppose net. Now suppose that day was my best day. It was my day, right? So 13 right, 7 wrong. 14 minus 1/3, how much? 4.5 minus 26, 21. This is when that was my day. But I will think from another point. Bad day, worst day. बहुत बुरा दिन है आज. Okay? So let's think from rock bottom. As it said कि सबसे बुरा क्या होगा? इस एग्जाम में सबसे बुरा क्या होता है? सिलेक्शन नहीं होना. और क्या होता है? इससे ज़्यादा बुरा क्या होगा? So those people who think कि सबसे बुरा क्या होगा? सिलेक्शन नहीं होगा. He is more confident. You know that or not? You know, those who are doing suicide bombing anywhere in the world, LTT, Al-Qaeda, Taliban, on what basis they think? अरे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा? मार दोगे? I am ready to die. When such person is ready to die, he is very dangerous. You are getting now? He is free from any fear. So, when you are ready for this, you are not having any fear. So, believe like this कि बुरा से बुरा क्या होगा कि मेरा 7 सही 13 गलत होगा. See what would happen. 13 into 26 minus 1/3 8.5 minus 14 8.5 कितने हुए? 5.5 और 4 point something. 5.5 something. If I get the worst situation, still I am richer 5 point marks than others, and this would take me in. I hope you understood it. So this is the calculation you should make, because it is GNP which matters than GDP. You understand this or not? Many students I have seen have done this trick and they are sure success from 95 to 100, 92. Like one my student got 105.5 4 years back. The cutoff was 105 that year for GS candidate. Next year, of course, he got final selected. So I told him कि तुम्हें एक ही काम करना था उस दिन, and what was that? You should not have attempted one wrong answer, and you could have been in. But the point is that where to stop is not so easy. So another important guideline is this. Last 5 years, find out in your category what was the cutoff marks. Last 5 years. Suppose in general candidate, last 5 years average was 95. It means if somebody is getting 100 for sure with 90 questions attempt, plus minus, he calculated this may go wrong, and he showed that he is getting 100. So this 10 question he should not attempt. Now he is in safest zone. Same logic you apply to if you are in reserve category. If your cutoff mark was 90 and you are getting 95, your cutoff 85, you are getting 90, and with this 90 question, with this 85 question, stop. But if you are not getting, then many students, they attempted only 70 and did not attempt 30. Attempted 75, did not attempt 35. They are actually out of the race right from the day one. So that means in this choice, there is a minimum number which you must attempt. And what is that minimum number? By and large, when I inquired so many students who have passed this exam and also those who have failed, minimum they say 85, maximum they say 93. I'm talking again general candidate. You must attempt. Because if you're attempting less than, because suppose somebody attempted 75 thinking that my accuracy rate would be higher, so in any case I would qualify, but the problem is that the questions in which they have designed the language, that even a question which looks very simple may not be simple. I hope you're getting my point. So the questions on which you had relied heavily, that may go wrong. So your overall marks would be less. So why not you increase this so that your chances of getting at least to nearby cutoff marks is increased. But when you have not attempted, you're not in the race in the very first day itself. So make sure that minimum this, some students attempt all. But generally it is those students who do not apply the mind that will tell, don't worry. Okay, so I hope you got whatever the points I wanted to tell. You have some questions? नहीं ठीक है, नहीं इसका होगा, इसका काम you can take. Yeah. Questions related to prelims? Yeah, please.
Sir, it's regarding history. Sir, I have read generally from Tamil Nadu. However,
Tamil Nadu NCRT? How can it be Tamil Nadu NCRT? NCRT is only published from central government. You can say Tamil Nadu board. And that's why I'm surprised. Yeah.
So whenever I see questions from Buddhism or Jainism, every time it is different. It's a shocker to me whenever I go see lecture. So do you present any comment?
That's what I said. For 3 religions, in fact 4 chapters of this book can help you to crack 3 to 4 questions if from ancient India. And the name of the book is Wonder That Was India. Don't read the entire book. You don't have time, you don't have to read it. By A.L. Bashan. The chapter on religion, the chapter on literature, the chapter on society, and the chapter on culture. in ancient time. Put together, it may be around 50-60 pages, but if I am getting 4 questions correctly with the help of 50 pages, it means that I may defeat thousands of students. You get my point? Because this is something like in the last 25 days, what should I do to improve my chance? Like I told you that if I am preparing Mahatma Gandhi from South Africa days to Champaran to 1948, and from Gandhian point of view entire freedom struggle, then at least 2-3 questions I would get it from this area. 4 plus 2, right? Suppose terminologies of ancient and medieval, and I read it 150 terms, 1 or 2 questions. Suppose personality, you remember this? 100 personalities A to Z of freedom struggle only, modern India only, not ancient medieval. And with the personality I told you, you would get events, with the events you get personality. So these are some smart ways. For instance, one smart way is all the taxes of ancient, medieval and modern India, read it in one go. Bali, Bhag, Udrang, you heard Kharaj, Chauth, Sardeshmukhi, Jazia, and they have asked questions on each of these several times. They have asked questions on Kharaj just 2 or 3 years back. What was Kharaj? It was revenue, land revenue in the medieval time. But the question was, it was on production or it was on land, or it was both. So then it becomes very difficult whether it was both or it was only on land. Like all administrative terms of ancient and medieval time, all scientific terms of ancient and medieval time, all religious and philosophical terms of ancient and medieval time. What is nirvan? What is parinirvan? What is nirjara? You heard this in Jainism and Buddhism. Now in Bhakti movement, what is prasad? You're getting my point? You have taken so many times. It's simply blessings of God. But when we think prasad, we think Agarwal sweet laddu. Are you getting now? So they will give you 4 options. They ask a question in Sufi thought, and the question was this: Tarke Dunya. What is this Tarke Dunya? The question, suppose there is a term called fana. What is fana? What Amir Khan went for Kajol, that was fana. Annihilation of oneself in love of God is called fana. So these terms you would get in Sufism, Bhakti movement, Jainism, Buddhism. Like you heard Vajrayan. Who were they? A sect of Buddhism, close to Tantricism of Hinduism. But Tantricism is a subset of which of the two? Shaivism or Vaishnavism? You get my point? So it is Shaivism. This is how they ask questions like this on these terms. So what would happen? That instead of going in a traditional way, in the last 25-30 days, you can go in a smart way. Like I told in modern India, read all the acts together. Okay, in one go. And all some of the commissions and committees, recommendation, etc. Would dispatch. They ask questions on Wood dispatch 2 years or 3 years back. Like Redcliffe, you heard his name? So the Boundary Commission Award. You had White Commission, you have Lee Commission, you have a lot of, Nehru Committee report, you have round table conferences, you have Jinnah's demand. So these are various commissions and committees and their reports. So in a very smart way, all you have to do is devote 2-3 days out of your 25 days for history and culture. Similar 2 and 3 days for your polity and governance, for your economy, and but those 2-3 days should be very intense. That I am only doing these things, not any other thing in the same day. Last 1 week or 10 days, last 7 to 10 days, I would suggest again revise. You remember 3 times from here till last, you revise your own notes again, and last 7 to 10 days, do not attempt any test series. So by 25th of May, or at the best 27th of May, you should stop test series writing. There is a psychology also. On 3rd of June, you appeared in a test and you got a very poor marks. That would impact on 5th of June. So whether it is mock or whether it is prelims test, make sure there is a gap of 1 week. Is that clear? Of this one, test and this. So these are some strategies. Last moment strategy. Yes, any other question? You have? Yeah. Sorry?
Who said that statement?
Okay, that statement was of Ramakrishna Paramhans. Jeev is Shiv and Shiv is Jeev. Okay, and Guru of Vivekananda. In fact, in classes also we tell. In your class, I must have told. You remember that? No, I told. It is in your notebook. I am sure. Yes. Tell me any other question. Yeah.
What is that?
Sorry. Okay, the book name is Wonder That Was India. I wrote in such a manner that it itself became a wonder. Are you getting it now? Okay. Yeah, tell me any other question you have. So you all are ready? Very good. And you know, one very good mantra I learned from my seniors and various people, that you must enjoy this exam rather than take it as a burden. So when I see serious face, grim face, then I feel he would do 2 marks less, 4 marks less. And when I see very cheerful mind, cheerful face, I know that he or she would do 4 or 5 marks extra. This is very important, because as I told, that remove the fear from your mind. What is the fear? Tell me. Believe me, only 5 days back, one of my students came. She's a doctor. Wrote main last year. Yeah. This year she failed in prelims. 21. And she said that, sir, I am very anxious. And it took more than 1 hour for me. Finally, when she went, she was laughing. When she came, very dead serious, and I was concerned that, my God, like something bad happened. So what she said, that when she failed first time in prelims, she was very anxious. That is why she failed. Last year she was very happy. This is she told me in our campus, because in our orientation we give some Baba Ramdev type dossiers, right? Enjoy the life, happy, etc., etc. And she said we gave all of us very happily, and I passed and wrote main. But now since last 15 days, I have a fear again of failure, and that is making me anxious. So various angle I give it. One angle is remember God. Yes. Do prarthana, prayers. Then she said, sir, I'm an atheist. My God. मेरे लिए मुश्किल था ना, because I started perhaps on a wrong side, because generally in India most people are religious, Muslims or Hindu, and she said her father and mother are purely Brahmin and religious, but she see religion as something very orthodox, etc. So I started first trying to convince through religion point of view. No, God exists, soul exists. Okay, you tell you are a doctor and suddenly patient die, so you are also surprised how she died. Yes, sir. So there must be some soul. No, sir. So the point is that, and you know, we started arguing on religion, and after half an hour I found she was very conversationalist, and on various issues we didn't agree, and on various issues we agreed. So I said, with this mood you go and take it boldly and you would not fail, because a student who has already crossed 100 in GS last year, right? How would she fail again except anxieties? So this is what I said, that cheerfulness, happiness is very important, and you would get 4 or 5 marks extra on that day. The moment you are taking some anxieties, then some of the questions is that language would be such that you would get confused because you know, out of 100 questions there are 20 plus minds. So what happens, not only subject differs, English language also differs. You won't get uniformity in English language in the GS paper. So a teacher who wanted to say something, you understood something else. That is why you should read 2 times, 3 times what exactly, and underline keywords. Okay, this is the keyword, this is the question, and then see the option. But before looking option, think in your mind what is the option. Like I told, give me blood and this. But of course, there are certain options, questions. You can't think unless you read which of the following statements are true. So you have to read all 4 first before you come to the conclusion this is true or false, right? I hope you're getting. So make sure that you all watch movie 1 day before, or good Netflix series, or some songs. Like to that girl I told, some poetry, some ghazal you must listen, and she agreed to read some of those poetries and some songs, etc. That is very important in the last 25 days, right? Any other questions? Yes? So I hope you all are in physical and mental good health. Cheer up, and wish to see you in mock interviews. That is where I love to see, oh, ये तो वही लड़का था जो उधर बैठा था, ये तो वही लड़की थी जो वहाँ बैठी थी. That's good sign. Okay, I met 2 years back. A lot of Telugu babus and Telugu girls I interviewed in the last 1.5 months in Rajendra Nagar. And it was very pleasant to see that, okay, we met somewhere here 2 years back, 3 years back. And 2-3 are doctors, Telugu, right now from here. And we asked a lot of questions on Andhra, Telangana, and I came to know many things thanks to the student as well as the teacher who were teaching, because some of those IAS were from Andhra cadre, some Telangana cadre. So that is a good scene. But right now, I think my job is over. You got some help? Was it useful? So please give me good feedback out of 10. Don't do that. No, this is our customer care people are doing. When we go to car manufacturer, please give me sir 10. I said, मैं 5 ही दूँगा तुम्हें. तुमने 5 दिन late से दिया था. All the cab wala are saying, sir, please give 5 stars. Swiggy wala saying, sir, please give 10 stars. I would not say, don't worry, right? All I would say that please, all the teachers who came yesterday and today, and each subject they have dealt, just introspect, reflect, and make a strategy, last moment strategy, right? And do it with more freedom of thought rather than tensions. And one last thing, do talk with your friends and those who are writing this exam, whether here or anywhere in India. So some of the tips can help you, at least 1 question or 2 questions extra. Okay? So wish you all the best and do well. May God bless you all for this exam as well as in life. Okay? Bye-bye. Thank you.